Hello, hello. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a good time zone. Let's jump on into it. See how today goes, but I'm thinking we might actually finish the decorating and start populating our zoo. Let's see. Go around and talk to our NPCs. How you doing, Rain? Is there anything I need you to make, Franklin? Probably not. Permit points for repairing the water system. That's pretty interesting. You know, I'm just going to carry this on me for now. I also want to check out and see if our alpha creatures are still sticking around. I'm a little concerned the alpha bush devil might have disappeared. Hey, John. A lovely breezy day. Is that a Winnie the Pooh thing? Blustery day. What's up, Fletch? Actually. Alright, Scrooge McDuck. How you doing today? Oh, talking about your reinforced pants again, eh? Clover, you have a ton of clothes. Yeah, I don't think they're something you want to be petting. They're ornery little man. Especially the alpha bush devil, man. That guy is a pain. Head inside the bridge. Good morning, Todd. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a good one. What's my cook 2 fruit, dig up dirt, and cook 2 meat? There you are. That'd be pretty cool if he actually had like an accurate weather detection via his knees. Sheila, Sheila, Sheila. I would agree. Very brave soul in there to pack everything up and move. Alright, new stream, new look. Going for the Smurf look, and let's go for normal brown eyes. Yeah, we'll change everything like we do. 1 click to the right. Ooh, got a fancy bun. It's a fun color. Nope, just want to chat, Sally. I'm great at puzzles, especially if they're only 2 pieces. Not sure if that's how that works, Sally. Oh, I forgot. Another day, another stream. Forgot the silver pocket watch. Getting worse with that. Sally is so silly. I agree. I think I enjoy all of the NPCs. The only one that I'm a little like less enjoying of is the Scrooge McDuck guy, the banker. And I guess Melvin can be a little bit of a downer when he talks about his life, but what? Swimming goggles. Pretty sure I have these, but Milburn? Yeah, Milburn he's Scrooge McDuck. Not that he says anything bad, it's just he's so about money. And Melvin lost his wife, so it's a little depressing to talk to every now and then. Let's see. Let's change our outfit. It's all about the dinks, baby. Could do the holiday outfit. Oh, I do have a bunch of those. I need shoes. Guess we could go for lime shoes since we're in a green outfit. Hey, Nederlands. Welcome to the stream. Oh wow, did I not have... I didn't have a George shirt. That's interesting. Netherlands? Nederlands? Pronouncing usernames is not my strong suit. And you have off today, don't you? Blacker. Let's go check on our Alpha Bush Devil, see how he's doing. It always gets me a little nervous when I'm getting close to him. Haha, he's still there. You're my captured man. Ha 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 ha. Melvin is a sweetheart. He is. He gets me right in the feels. harvest this. Most of these are fully populated. But he also says, don't want to talk your ear off. Yeah. He's a good mixture. Like, I feel like he's one of, like, the grandpa of the town. Versus, Milburn is sort of like the... What's that, holiday one? He reminds me of, like the Grinch. Or like, you know, like the evil money grubbin type character. I think he says, like, Milburn says that whenever he's in South City, everybody boos him when he walks around. I wonder if they'll have like a holiday thing with Milburn where like his heart grows 5 sizes or something and he realizes that life's not all about money. Yeah, so famous. That's adorable. Little emote. It's wearing like a cat or is that... Oh, it's even... It's even automated on the Twitch app. Or, yeah, automated. Animated. That reminds me of, Admiral Baru's, little emotes. The panda salesman. A duck hat. That little floppy part in the top is great. Alright. Almost got all of them. Well, that last one didn't even show up in my, That's pretty cool. Love emotes. That's one of the fun parts about Admiral Baru. He like advertises as an emote salesman. He's got cute little panda emotes. Look how crazy these are now. Now that there's 7 of these dudes, they're like all over the place, extra grumpy. I like how Twitch added it so that you can like combine and do like fancy stuff with emotes. And I'm glad they added the animated ones. Definitely has a cool effect. Alrighty, what are we doing today? Let's go take a swoop-de-swoop around our zoo. I should also grab the Or daily sapling. Tend to use more of these than I can ever get. Doggo, you're, there you go. It was a little bit in the ground. So these are all happy-go-lucky. I think for the most part, we're done decorating this area. We might put some grass around the edges, maybe. Probably decorate some of the water. And maybe add some flowers. I haven't really thought about the flower aspect of that. Our kinda area is nice and good. You might want to add more kindas to it. I'm liking how the sharks are looking too. Should probably make some of the palm trees and stuff a little bit bigger. This is the rue area, which needs all types of TLC. So that'll be a focus. We need all of the decorating there. This area needs grass and plant decorating. The Wary Moo area needs big trees. And I think the turkey area is alright. Probably need a little bit more shrubbery and stuff. And of course also big trees and stuff, but those trees haven't grown yet. Let's go bug Irwin. Get our milk bucket. We also have to go over John's and grab more shovels, because I think all my shovels are basically broken. Hey, buddy. What you gonna talk to me about today? Yes, I did know they can breathe fire. That'd be cool if there was an animal that could breathe fire. Like, there's a few animals that can, like, spit citric acid and, like fancy different liquids, but I don't think there's any of them that can actually, like, ignite said liquid. Time to go visit Theo. Oh, I've got like a frog in my throat this morning. Got sharkies on the prowl. There's something about arranging stuff by smell that just sort of creeps me out. Theo, you're a little weird. Yeah, I'll leave the crock for now. Got a few days before his quest ends, and I have to check up on him. The palm trees are like my least liked item. Should I grab any flowers? Yeah, we'll wait off. We'll wait for those guys. We do want some fertilizer. Don't think I'm going to be putting bones in the rue or turkey area. Should the wary moo get some bones? No, they eat quandongs. I'll put off the lily pads. I'll let them be a, like a flower pass. I guess I should bring regular yellow grass, since we'll be working on the rue area. Any of these guys I want to bring? Could plant some pineapples. Is there anything that rues or turkeys? For some reason I think of apples when I think of turkeys. It's a weird aspect, I'm not sure why. Oh yeah. I need to go bother John. I don't have a shovel. John. Give me a furnace. Give me a shovel. I think I'm down to my last mine pass, so give me one of those two. Tomorrow we'll probably go on a capturing adventure. Who's done charging? Of course not. Any statues I'd want to do? Maybe we put a bush devil statue and a ruse statue in the associated areas. Maybe a croc and a frilly one. Need more statues in the game, and maybe a couple shark statues. Let's see. It's a bee. Is that a queen bee? I don't normally see them floating around. Is that fine with their little booties hitting inside the ground? Yeah, probably. Do I put a bush devil statue in their area? And then we have Ridley statue. Where should the frilly statue go? Maybe over here? I probably should have gotten more of those. Then we got our jackaroo and our shark statues left. Definitely need a kinda and turkey statues. For some reason I want the jackaroo statue over here. Maybe we put another one like right here. Wait a second. I could have sworn these weren't two skulls. Weird. I'm not sure if coconut trees get big. That'll be our test. One, two. Ooh. Pretty sure palm trees get big. Is there any open spot for this? Oh, you're gonna bite me. I guess I can just put one right here. I think that's close enough. It's like a 5x5 for them. You know, I can probably put one closer to both. Oh, come on. Punks. Hey. I don't feel like beating you guys up. Of course, now they're all over here. Come over here, dudes. Hey, dude. Ow. Why so bitey? Oh. Alright, you know what? You guys are being jerks. Look what you made me do. You're such a bum. They're such little jerks, I know. Maybe I should... Maybe the skull can be, like, out here. Come on, skull. Nice. Alright, that should make big palm trees for all of them. Make some big gumwood trees. Then we want these two trees to be big as well, so they're not in the way of viewing stuff. This guy be a big tree. And probably this guy too. And the rest of those guys aren't too big of a deal. We'll worry about grassing the area later. I don't want these trees to be big. Those over there can be fine. I think that'll grow both of these. And I think one, two. In theory, this will grow all of them. It's like two that way, two that way, two that way. And then we'll want this patch of trees to be large. It's our purple tree. Do I want this tree to be large? Yeah, why not? A jerk. I'm probably gonna have to beat you up, aren't I? Oh, look at you wandering around. Way. You've learned your lesson. Maybe you didn't learn your lesson. Gotten pretty good at juking those guys. Haha. Oh, I've made some of these trees big at least. Alright, I think that's good for now. Go back to our Jackaroo area. I'm gonna probably mainly do gumwood, but maybe throw a couple fancy dudes in here. That does think. Oh, I should probably go grab my saw so I can cut down all this grass. Who do I have? No, I left the helicopter over here. Boom, 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 boom. You know, I should probably grow some of these trees too. Punks. Don't really want to go hang out with the gators. They are mean gators. I like how his head and tail just sort of disappeared. Yeah, that's good enough. Is this a big tree? No, it's not. Wrong item. I think these two are big. Maybe I'll make this guy big too. Come on, game. Give me my FPS back. I do want to grow some of these trees large, but until they're big, I'm not sure if I'll bother with it. Maybe we make this guy big. Grow my trees, grow. Alrighty. Roo. Let's clear out this grass so I don't have to deal with grass seeds constantly dropping when I'm planting stuff. rid of trees that I haven't planted. There's one aspect to all of this that I'm doing is that I have to go back and sort of trim and maintenance stuff over time. Otherwise the tropical grass will fill up with all types of stuff, and this yellow grass will eventually grow even more gumwood trees than I want. And I'm not necessarily a big fan of mowing the grass. It puts those like stripes in the grass that I don't think it goes with the zoo very well. Alrighty. Where, oh where... You know, I just had an idea. Maybe there should be a little divot in the ground. Maybe like a spot where the roos sort of, I don't know, dig at the ground. For some reason I can see roos being very destructive. Even though I guess kindas would be more destructive since they're ant eaters. Termite eaters. Itares. I have absolutely no idea what that says, but welcome to the stream. I don't even have an idea of how to pronounce that. I've never seen an L with a dash through it. Congratulations. You've exposed me to a new type of letter. I'm guessing that's, what, Eastern European maybe? I have no idea though. It's a Polish name. That's pretty cool. There's a Minecraft Discord that there's a bunch of Polish people, and they talk about Polish politics all the time, and I have no idea what's going on. Besides the little bit of Polish politics that relates to Ukraine, that stuff is not really reported on in America much. I'm sure it's similar in your area, but politics is pretty sucky of a topic, and keeping up on it, like just your local version of it, is like, you know, mind-numbing enough. Keeping up on politics in other countries, it's like guaranteed way to have a brain aneurysm. Alright, Can I rationalize putting more trees in this area? Maybe we have like a very tree-y spot over here. This is the back. I think it's alright. Maybe make a couple of these big or something. Alright. Usually have one shady tree. We put it here. Where's our local jacaranda tree? Our purple tree. We got one there. Got our coral tree, another coral tree. Maybe we'll put it here. I think that works. How is this hill? Is this hill in the way? Is it not in the way? I think I'll keep it. Maybe we put a couple of gumwood trees over here that we can make big later. Bum ba bum 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 bum. Alright, we're also going to want a couple more coral trees around, or acacia trees, for sitting, for shady areas. The name is a name of a Polish politician. W. Ladyslaw Kusinak Kamisk. That's the guess that I got and how that would be pronounced. I like W. Ladyslaw. It's probably not a lady. Hopefully it's not a Polish politician that you're a big fan of, but I don't know if anybody's really a fan of any politician. I guess we do have the crazy politicians or people in America that are like head over heels for certain politicians. I personally think they got maybe I shouldn't say that. I don't think anybody should be too into politics. Especially in Poland. I don't know much about Polish politics. From the little bit I've seen in the Minecraft Discord that I'm in, they at least seem a little bit less crazy than American. Then again, they did have some crazy story about a dude like getting in trouble for like Was he spying on his wife or something? Her ex-wife. Everyone is ruling or is too crazy to rule. Yeah. It's one of those messed up things where you would think somebody that's, you know, smart enough to be a part of, or, you know, qualified enough to be a leader would step up and do the job. But it's usually actually the opposite. It's one of the hardest jobs in the world, no matter what country you're in. And it's pretty thankless. So, a lot of the time, it's people that have crazy egos that are the ones most interested in that job. And they tend to not be the most qualified. It's very rare that you get someone that's just genuinely concerned about the fellow man. But there's always exceptions to these rules. You never know. But he knew nothing about it. Yeah. I can't imagine how you wouldn't know anything about it, but if you've ever read up about Blizzard entertainment politics, and Matt, is it Koziak or something like that? Whatever his last name, one of the founders of Blizzard, he had no idea about a lot of the stuff that was happening in his organization. So, probably has an idea about, like, maybe whispers of what's going on. But knowing exactly how bad everything is, you never know. You can be pretty insulated in a large organization. Not that it makes up for that type of problem. But it is very surprising on how with enough people you can really hide stuff. But I feel like that's one of those topics, like both Hitler and the Holocaust, that's just too sensitive to really talk about most of the time. People have so many feelings about it. It's like pineapple pizza on Twitch. Hot topic that most people are not well informed on. Alrighty. I think we've put enough trees down in the direct area. Oh no, we probably want to put some more of these down. Boom, 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 boom. I just wish people would be more sympathetic for their fellow man. Doesn't matter where you live on this planet. We're all a part of the same rock. We should all be concerned about the fellow inhabitants. Be them other humans or other creatures. Without all of us working together, we're doomed to fail and to repeat our mistakes. But everybody has their own stupid priorities. Wish they were able to see past that and see that everyone's priorities need to intermingle. Otherwise, we're all doomed to repeat the past failures. And most people in Poland have heard stories from their family because it literally made our country mostly without Jews. Yeah. Yeah, people flee persecution, man. If you hear about, you know, a certain group of people getting treated a certain way in a certain area, you're not going to go to that area. Should I can see maybe river seeds coming in this, being a thing in this area. Nowadays, that group of people is also very polarizing with everything that's going on in Israel. So effed up how politicians can make it so that people, like, start having feelings about a whole group of people. So ridiculous. Just because one person does it or 10 people does it doesn't mean that represents the entire group of people. But humans are flawed. We can only have like a conceptual understanding of a certain amount of things, and then we just start grouping stuff together. Just for our own crappy brain to sort of rationalize and understand it. Forget what that's called, like dual land theory or something like that. I don't know. Maybe we put some bushes, just a couple around. Near the water, maybe? Maybe a couple of fern bros. The problem with our politics is that the two biggest parties are just basically offending the other one. And they do it like a really childish way. Yeah. That was popularized in America more recently, but I'm sure it's something that we all have to deal with. I really hate the disingenuous arguments that people have. Like, instead of arguing over the facts of something or the reality of the numbers, they posture with all these stupid giant like things that most of the time doesn't mean anything. Just the words are just there to rile you up and make you feel, because making you feel about a topic is easier than making you learn about a topic. Oh. Which is frustrating. Like, I want my politician to teach me about what's going on. to tell me why their decisions are a good decision, not how I should feel about their decision. Hey, Halfbeat. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a good time zone. We are continuing our work on the zoo and also having a mildly crazy conversation with Itaras. It is pretty early where I'm at to have such a serious conversation. It's only 9 in the morning here. You just woke up early. Yeah, I've been up since 6 a.m. Got my breakfast. Did a little bit of things around the house. I'm actually pretty inspired to play the game right now. I want to try to get this stuff done. I didn't hear the topic, but hope all will be alright. Same here. Hope is one of those things that you have to have. As soon as you lose hope, you're in one of the first stages of Dante's Inferno. Stages of hell. Abandon all ye hope. Must always have hope. The fellow man will infinitely disappoint you. But you must hope for progress. I hate the thing that in America, you're either a super liberal Democrat or a Christian conservative Republican. Same here. Absolutely same here. And then if you like relate to being an independent, people are like, oh, you're just some BS dude that doesn't believe in anything. And I'm like, you, damn it. It's a lose, lose, lose. There's no way to win anything. It's just, ugh. You're always gonna piss off somebody somehow. Yeah. And the crazy part, it's like what I was saying earlier, it's about getting people to feel instead of actually think and understand. And that's the problem, is that it's easier to get you to feel a way about a topic than it is to make you understand that topic. And the reality of it all is we need to all step back and learn more before we make any decisions on some of these amazingly important things. Let's throw another lily-pilly over here. And that's probably all we're going to do in this area for the big lily-pillies. What are we going to do with the small bros? Small lily-pillies can be more populated. Yeah, man, I try to have, like I'm open to any conversation on stream. But politics is one of those ones where you have to be really careful with what you say. Because you can trigger people like crazy. People have so many feelings about stuff that they really just don't understand. Before I form an opinion on any topic, I tend to like listen to both sides of the argument, be it Republican or Democrat or, you know, even European views or whatever it may be. Somewhere between all of the views is the truth. But even the word truth has been weaponized nowadays. It's so ridiculous how language has become so adulterated. In any topic... Oh wait. Fun fact, in the ruling coalition, there are literal communists. Yeah. We have anarchists, there's communists, socialists, there's all types of people. I don't think anybody actually believes in a pure form of any of those things, but trolling has become very popular nowadays, so people will associate themselves with that type of stuff. Just to get more views and more publicity for their own ideas, which might help them, you know, get elected. In any topic, it seems a lot of people make knee-jerk reactions, actions, comments, etc., without thinking things through. Very, very true. And that's by design, you know. Our politicians have found that it's far easier to make you feel angry than it is to make you feel happy about a topic. So a lot of the times they talk in ways that make you feel a certain way instead of informing you a certain way. Which is very frustrating. If you don't know why is something, it's because of money. And if you know, it's about money. Yeah. Money makes the planet move, sadly. Just sort of why, to bring it back to Dinkum, why, Milburn frustrates me so much. He's so about dinks, and I know that, like, you know, money corrupts. So I just immediately associate flipping Mr. Moneybags as a corrupt individual. And for all we know, he just likes the sound of dinks in his pocket. You know, he's not actually corrupt. I agree with what you said, making people feel a certain way versus informing them. Yeah. It's definitely one of those, like, scientifically provable aspects of our current political system. It's easier to make people hate than it is to make them love. In Poland, it's, what, 15:19, so it's military time, so minus 12 would be 3:20-ish. So it's like almost mid-afternoon for you guys. Let's see, do I want to... I think we did pretty well with decorating this area. Let's go take a nap. And then we can see how the trees that we fertilized grew. And then we can work on our turkey area over here. It's one of the amazing parts about like being on the internet and talking to people on Twitch. So you get so many different views, and people have like so many different time frames, you know? Like I can talk to people across the entire world and they just pop into my chat. Like it's crazy to think of that. We live in a day and age where communication on any single part of this planet is super, super easy. And yet for some reason we're more divided than ever. I'll never get it. It just doesn't make any sense to me. If anything, the internet should bring us together. We're able to communicate way better than we've ever been before. Why would so many disagreements happen? I honestly feel like we are, like, as a species, closer to each other. It's just our politicians that are pushing us apart. Make your alpha biome. We'll be interested. I'm gonna wait a little bit on the alphas, just because I want to get all 3 of them, and I'm not quite sure where I'm going to place them yet. Because we got, I think one guy here. And then this guy here. Our alpha croc. I don't want either of them to be over there. So I'm thinking maybe we bring them over here or over here. It's my current theory. Not quite sure yet. Hey, Melanie. Welcome to the stream. Let's go put our bucket away and drop off this card so that way it's not filling up my inventory. Oh man, I'm already halfway through a shovel. CP time. Something I used to talk with some of my old coworkers about was we get so wrapped up in today's day and age, and we have so many feelings about, you know, this or that, and if you look at on the large time frame, you know, 100 years ago or even 50 years ago, like the world has changed in many, many beautiful ways. Like if you look at crime and deaths and wars, like we're in one of the most peaceful times in our entire history. It's just that the news and the way that things are presented to us has never been more polarizing. I mean, just since like when I was a kid. Where's Rain? There you are, girl. There's probably been like a 1200% increase in the reporting of murders and car accidents and stuff. So it makes you feel that the world is much more of a dangerous place, but statistically it's not the case. When you actually look at the raw numbers, it's definitely more safer than it's ever been. Alright, our croc, in theory, would despawn if we didn't put him inside a cage. So we'll have to go visit him and make sure that he's still there. Hey, Johnny boy. Anything in our cycling bin? A shell. My pet alpha croc, yeah. I'm still very, very surprised that that's a thing. I would have thought that they would just straight despawn. I'm actually really pleased about it. Need text. Alright, Grinchy boy. What you got for me today? I started out with a small loan of 1,000 dinks from my father. Oh my god. Alright, Elon Musk. I know, I'm very humble. That's why I don't like that guy. He like knows how just to poke my buttons. Small loan of $1 million. Need text here. Oh man, today's need text day. Like imagine if we could all have a small loan of $1 million. We would all be in very different situations. Where are you at, Melvin? Basic blue orange? Is that really what it's called? It's soft and orange. Okay. I'll accept your proposition. Not that I quite understand it. Aren't blue and orange like conflicting colors? Like, geez, that small loan would be a game changer for a lot of people. Yeah. That's something that Elon Musk talks about when he started his first company. Same with Trump. They got like a small loan from their parents. And we're talking like multi-million-dollar loans. Like my parents couldn't give me a multi-million-dollar loan. Shiz, my parents couldn't even give me a few $1,000. Well, they did help me get my first car, which was like a $1,200 car. But I paid them back within a month because like they needed the money. I'm not even able to imagine loans like that. Yeah, it's pretty hard to imagine $1 million. Where's Mr. Blue Shirt? Come on, man. Where you hiding, bro? I swear sometimes the NPCs fall through the world and just disappear. This is one of those days where Melvin's just gone. Oh well. Oh yeah, 8 o'clock. John's open. John, I need more furnaces. And another shovel. Been destroying these shovels recently. And probably another mine pass. I like to have like 4 or 5 mine passes on me. doggo James. Yeah, let's grab this one. And we can put this stuff away while we wait for Clover to open up. It's actually a funny aspect of like money is like the human brain can't handle certain numbers of certain size. A million is one of those numbers that's really hard to understand, let alone like a billion. Or a trillion. Like a trillion $1 bills can be stacked in some crazy way that is like mind-blowing. It's just one of those things the human mind can't comprehend. Like every individual is a little bit different than the other, but I'm pretty sure like anything above like 200-300, your brain has to sort of estimate and rationalize. It can't like imagine 300 of anything all at once. Why is there a bucket in here? Or flake? 300 pennies. Yeah, like you can think of 300 pennies as, oh, that's like, you know, $3. But like, what would 300 pennies look like stacked in a row? Or put end to end? And you get to a point where your brain's like, ooh, maybe I don't know. Like I couldn't, well, what is it? A penny's like, I could probably rationalize the size of it if I knew the exact width of or diameter of a penny. Business shoes. These modern glasses. Retro point. Oh, yeah. I remember when I discovered politics, I asked my father why all the guys who say controversies get away with it. And he told me that if you're from a rich family, you can get away with anything. People will support you. So true. It's like the whole like Trump paradigm. People are like, oh, he's worth a lot of money, so he must know what he's doing. Because like being rich and famous means you know stuff. Like, no, it doesn't. My favorite comment on a politician was when, like, it was like right after the election and people were all up in arms about, you know, X, Y, and Z winning, whatever election you want to think of it as. And one of the people was like, you know, at the end of the day, we're all going to get eaten by the same bugs. And I was like, oh, that's so dark, but it's very true. No matter how rich and famous you are, you'll end up in a wooden box just like us. My friends used to laugh at me because I would pick up pennies, but not nickels. Left those for others. It's an interesting thought process. There was a big billionaire. I've seen him pick up pennies, and his argument for it is that's interest on $100. Which is true. let's go check on Mr. Croc and see if he's good. And also drop off this blue orange, whatever it may be. Wallpaper, rugs. And also look and see if there's any fancy doggos around. Probably won't be, but... Whoa, did you just get hurt? Hey buddy, you gonna let me stand on your face again? Yeah. Yeah, stick that face out. Happy man. Your dad smile. It pleases me that they stay. Our current president tweeted, "Ask your wife if you want to know how does having..." Oh boy. That's one of those things like, hey, how do I piss people off and make them look at my Twitter? I'll never understand why people want that to be a thing. So weird. But there's a saying about, what was it? All publicity is good publicity. Which I think is some BS, but... During college days, a friend worked at a mall. Every day for a month, there was this one homeless man outside, so my friend gave him change. After a month, the man told my friend that he was a millionaire. My friend thought he was kidding. In the end, a limo brought my friend to his house and his family. Turned out the man did that 1 month homeless every year to remember where he came from. Wow. That's intense. That's such a crazy concept. Could you imagine, like, literally having millions? And yet you still had the cojones to go sit out front of a mall in some, like, old dirty clothes. I feel like now that's more of a man than most of our politicians. Like, very principled individual. And the sad part is that person probably would never go into politics. Though he's probably more qualified than most people we deal with on a daily basis. Bro is saving. Bump, 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 bump. Let's see. What type of... Maybe we put a coral acacia tree here. Some summer lilies. Maybe a bush. Maybe a small lily pilly. And then we can do some tropical grass. And maybe some fir grass. I've heard stories about like super rich people doing that type of stuff. I love big palm trees. Looks so cool. It always blows my mind a little bit. Like, is that really a thing? It's hard to imagine someone with millions of dollars just hanging out on the side of a mall. But I guess it happens. I'm planning to become a politician once I'm 21. Dude, that's a very, very, like, honorable thing to do. Sacrificing all of that mental anguish for your fellow man. I wish you best of luck. Hopefully it doesn't ruin you. And hopefully you can get stuff done. Our world needs more individuals that actually want to help each other out. When I was active duty, I served with a man who, as a kid, he ran away and was schooled on the streets by homeless teachers. They told him which books to get from dumpsters, etc. Years later, when he was on leave, he would go back to bad cities and live on the streets for the duration of his leave. He had no fear and saved all of his money too. Yeah. Some of the most intelligent people you'll run into will come from some of the craziest backgrounds. Is that what'd you call it? That suffering, I guess, that gives them the drive to achieve. You would think, like, if you come from a more privileged background, you would have more knowledge and more ability to achieve. But a lot of the time, because everything is handed to you and is so easy, it's actually the opposite. I think I'm gonna leave that there because I think I want to put a path to that. Maybe we put this there. Good things that sharks can't go through open gates. Them flopping through. Yeah. They are goofy little creatures though, man. There's been multiple times I've seen them just flopping around on things. I'm like, what is going on with you? Alright, I think this proves that coconut trees do not get big. Which is sort of a bummer. My parents are both lawyers and they beg me not to be a lawyer. Yeah, I can see that type of thing. I feel like being a lawyer will make you lose your sanity. Because, like, there are times when you have to defend people that you know damn well did something terrible. And, like, the better of a lawyer that you are, the more likely you are going to be arguing for somebody that you probably don't want to argue for. Which has to be demoralizing, you know? Because, like, you might walk in somewhere and they'll just be like, yeah, I totally killed that guy, or I totally embezzled that money in a way that would make you really angry. But here's, you know, $10 million to defend me and get me out of this problem. Like, oh, I have a story that is like prime for that type of BS. I tried the solar panel trap. Crocs won't go into it so far. Sharks, I think, might work. Cool. That's good to hear. We're gonna have to document whatever you find in all these little experiments. Maybe throw them in the Dinkum Discord. One of my friends, basically, not really a friend, but somebody I know, got into a fight with another person that they lived with. And, ended up being, like, they ganged up on another person and, like, really beat the person up. Like, they had, like, broken bones and crap. It was really a terrible situation. They got dragged by their hair. Like, it was infuriating when you hear all the details. And the person that got hurt sued them for, you know, healthcare and all that, and like the damages, loss of work and all that stuff. And here's the most crazy part. They live together, right? So the address for where these lawsuit paperwork was going was to where the people lived. But obviously, after someone beats you up like that, you're not going to live there anymore. And in the time frame that they were getting sued, they got the people that beat up the other person, got a lawyer that was really good, that got some of their other family members out of DUIs and stuff. And what they did is that you have the right to a speedy trial. And so what they ended up doing is they put in the paperwork for a speedy trial, put all the paperwork through before the person that got beat up was able to change their address to where they lived. So all of the paperwork went to the old address, the people that beat that other person up. And then the trial was speedily done in a few weeks. And then the person that got beat up didn't know about any of it, didn't show up to the trial, and everything got thrown out. And due to double jeopardy, they can't bring it up again. So everything is just not a problem, and everybody got off scot-free. Oh, gets me heated up just thinking about it. Like, I can't stand that person anymore. As soon as I heard that story, I was like, dude, you are a terrible person. Like, you beat that person up, and you know damn well you deserve to pay for their healthcare. And just because your family has enough to pay, like, you know, $10,000 for a lawyer, you got all out of it. Ooh. Yeah, I'm down to hear a joke. Yeah, man. It's just an example of how people can get out of stuff. It's infuriating. Definitely down to hear a joke, though. After telling that story, I could use a giggle. Just walk right on in. We got a volunteer, guys. You know, live in there. Let's see. Let's hold off on grassing stuff up for a little bit. Maybe add a couple more trees. Could have some coral trees over here. Maybe some of these guys. And maybe even a pine tree. Like here. Maybe we do a little lily-pilly. Want to hear? Oh, I think I get you. Want to hear a joke? American healthcare. Yeah. Found this joke for you. I know a bunch of good jokes about umbrellas, but they usually go over people's heads. Not bad. Not bad. Dad jokes. I enjoy a dad joke every now and then. There's only so much of them, like real life jokes, that you can handle before you're just like, you want to clock out of the world. Like, I've had enough. And they go hibernate for a couple of years. I'll see you guys in 2030. In Poland, it's illegal to advertise lawyers, and the system is not about getting money, but about putting people in jail. Oh, that's a beautiful system. Yeah, it's the exact opposite here. It's not even just about money, but it's even like the more expensive of a lawyer, usually the better chances of getting off on the situation. It's not always true. Like, if you want to see a joke of a lawyer, check out the current situation that Trump is running into. Oh my. Forget who that lady is, but she is a joke. I saw a video a little bit recently where she was talking about bonds, and they were like, yeah, there's this $450 million bond that that Trump has to pay. And I'm just like, dude, I'm not even that intelligent. I know that bonds don't work like that. Like, sure, there might be, you know, a large fine or whatever levied against them, but you only have to have like 10% of the bond, like actual money. Just blatantly lying about the situation just to make people feel like that more money is actually required. I really hope that lady, like, well, you know, it's one of those things where it's like, do you hope that lady loses her license, because then Trump couldn't have such terrible representation? American laws are crazy. They really are, dude. They really are. Yeah, I tend to keep my serious sides out of streams, hence the dorkiness. Yeah, that is a good thing to do. I honestly should try to keep my serious side of stuff a little bit less on stream. I know not everybody appreciates, you know, watching me do dinkum things and then randomly talk about, you know, some of the serious stuff we talk about. But my theory on the matter is that if we all ignore it and don't have just civil conversations about it, you know, like, we all have to talk about it. The more we ignore it, the more it's allowed to fester. And that's really what I don't want to happen. Yep. Just be me. That's what I try on stream. There's a lot of people that try to be, you know, a certain character on the internet, be like a certain, so that they get more views and all this other stuff, and I would rather not do that. I'd rather just be me, and whether you like it or not, it is what it is, you know? I can't, it's easier for me to be me than it is for me to try to be Mr. Beast or something. In a couple of states, it's legal for a teacher to beat a child. Yeah. You know, it's hard for me to argue that it shouldn't be that way, because I can see both arguments. We had a recent situation in America where like a mentally handicapped person, like, basically, I'm not sure if I don't think he killed the lady, but he put her in the hospital. Pretty severe damage. And I don't think beating would have been the thing to solve the problem. But I also think if they were allowed to defend themselves, it might have at least stopped it from getting as bad as it was. But the teachers and the people that involved couldn't even, like, restrain the guy legally without getting into problems. So they were, like, trying to, like, say all these things in order to stop the situation, but the kid was in, like, a blind rage or something. So I feel like it, like most things, it's a gray area. Like, Should teachers be able to straight up hit their students? No. But should they be allowed to defend themselves? Maybe. It's one of those case-by-case situations, I think. And having a blind, hard rule on it might not necessarily be the best way forward. Streamers are strong people. I feel that streamers have their real talk. It's like showing they're human too. Yeah. I have a tough time watching streamers that don't do that. Like, you can sort of tell when somebody's, like, not dishonest, but, they're doing the content for the content. And it's really hard for me to watch that. Sometimes I'll deal with it because I really enjoy the game that they're playing, or in the past they've, you know, had really good stuff to say. But I just realized, I think I forgot to see Erwin today. He is open Fridays. It's Mondays he's closed. Let's see if we can squeak in. I think he closes at 5. I'm a big believer in that most things can't be understood in just pure black and white. Like, it's not all bad, it's not all good. There's usually a gray to everything. Nice. Need text. This is totally need text day. We had a really conservative minister of education, so kids are told some actual propaganda. Yeah. That's really, really common. When I was growing up, basically anything related to Native Americans was propaganda. Like, something as crazy as, like, the Trail of Tears was a paragraph in a book. They didn't talk about how it happened, where it happened, the full distances, like, just a brief little paragraph, like, yep, it happened, moving on. And I'm just like, are you effing serious? Like, there's so many atrocities that have happened to the Native Americans, and we just don't teach about it, don't talk about it, don't... Same with, like, stuff in World War, was it 1 or 2 with the Japanese? There's some effed up stuff America did, and you just don't get taught that stuff. And it wasn't until, like, was it Laos? Not a single peep when I was growing up about what happened in Laos. And then when I got older, I found out that we basically put, like, more bombs per square foot than any other country, and it blew my mind. I was like, are you flipping kidding me? How could we justify that stuff? I feel like it should be a part of our education system to learn about the atrocities that our own country does. The experiments they did on people with LSD and stuff, not in any type of book I've ever learned about. They experimented on the human population. It's pretty crazy, man. And I'm sure it's the same in other countries. You know, no government's going to want to to talk about the stuff they did. But I feel like we're obligated as a species to learn from our mistakes. And I wish it wasn't such like a controversial thing to do. We have a chapter about the two biggest parties fighting, and it's told like a fight between bad and good. Yeah. It's definitely not that simple. That's the sad part about, you know, reality. Winner gets the spoils. Gets to choose how it's all talked about and understood. Yeah, MK Ultra. Absolutely zero of that was talked about in our books when we were in school. And that still blows my mind. Like, that is a documented case of our government not doing a good thing. Not even talked about. Silly joke time. Why was the moo covered in ink? Because it lived in a pen. Thank you, Half Beep. Sometimes you need a silly moment. Look at this guy. Imagine if you could grab the sign pen and, like, draw on them. Alright, so we have flowers that we want to still put into this area. I don't think I want to do much more for planting, just because the Rouge lived in a mostly like deserty area. We might want to put a little bit more grass like in the corners, sort of like how we allowed the tropical and fir grass to leak in a bit. Hey Gokhan. Yeah, it is an earlier stream. Doodle on the moo. Make it a doodle doodle moo. I wanted to try to get another longer stream underneath my belt. So I figured I would start streaming earlier. We only have a couple more weeks. I think next week is the last week before I start my new job. So I'm trying to get as much progress as I can before my free time gets absolutely nuked. I'm not quite sure how the schedule is going to go, when I'm going to be on the job or not on the job. Definitely 40 hours of my week will not be able to be spent streaming. But we'll find out how much of a problem ends up being. Can I still stream multiple days? I don't know, honestly. We have an effed up system where the president can say that the thing the parliament made is canceled. So technically the parliament can't do stuff because the president stops them, but the president can't do stuff because he can't by the law. Ugh. We have a similar type system. JFK tried to alert the people about it. And it's related to like secretly how secrets are viewed, and like top secret information is how it's like not like done, but how it's categorized. That's why a lot of people think that JFK was taken out by the government, was because he was trying to alert the people about how the top secret world was developing and what it meant for the people. There's a really good speech on YouTube about it. It's sort of mind opening and mind blowing to really think about what that means. Hey Nancy, welcome to the stream. And it's the crazy part too is like it's mind blowing, but at the same point it makes sense. Like what can we do if, you know, another country is developing, you know, some weapon that can like destroy the whole planet? Like we already have nuclear weapons. We can already destroy the planet hundreds and hundreds of times over. So like, is telling the normal person about that going to change anything? Is it worth a moment of anyone's time? That sounds a little messed up to think about, but I mean, it has a true aspect to it. Like, it doesn't really have any value to the normal person. And the reality of it is that nobody wants to go to nuclear war or to use biological weapons, because those types of things destroy the land. And people go to war for resources and the areas around that stuff. How would you want, you know, the spoils of war to be a toxic environment you can't do anything with? Like, that doesn't make any damn sense. So, a lot of those types of situations aren't worth even talking about, just because, like, what's it really matter? They're not functionally usable. Yeah, like they had weapons of mass destruction. Like, this might be a little controversial, but literally anybody can get weapons of mass destruction. Like, the flu is a weapon of mass destruction. There's plants that naturally grow all over the place that can be used for all types of nefarious topics. I've done hazmat training for my last job that I worked at, and one of the craziest topics we ever were talked about was biological warfare. Because whether you like mean to run into that type of stuff, you might run into it, depending on what type of laboratory catches on fire, or what type of work you have to do just because of your job type of thing. And that was one of the most eye-opening things, was that like for like person for person cost of destroying them, biological weapons are some of the most cost-effective ways of doing it. But it's one of those things where a lot of the times those types of costs also end up, destroying the local fauna and animals. So you have to really not care to use them in any type of large aspect, because there's a very good chance that it'll hurt you too. It's very hard to control those types of things. And because of that, most people don't mess with them. Hoping you're alright. Better than yesterday. That's good to hear, Gokhan. As long as you can have a small improvement, it's a good thing. One of these days I want to go out into like the wild and fill in all these little spots. It's always sort of bugged me that the environment is spotted in a way. Hanging in there. It's all we can do sometimes. Especially after having the crazy conversations we've had today. Sometimes all you can do is just hang in there. Alright, so this is a mud spot. So I think I can see, yeah, that helps. Bum, 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 bum. Alright, I think after we place this grass, we'll go run over to our turkey area and try to finish that up. On a school night, we were one of the few who watched Slender Man, and while all the rest were terrified of the movie, but me and my friends were in deep conversation about biological weapons, and we excited the theater more scared than all of the others. Yeah. I find it fascinating. Like, I've always found nuclear weapons to be fascinating. So a lot of the like most dangerous things that you'll run into, I find just incredibly interesting to learn about. Which, has probably gotten me on all types of things that I probably shouldn't be on lists of, like, watch out for this guy. But I don't know. I feel like it's better to be informed about stuff than it is to be completely oblivious. Like, I find it comforting knowing more about it. Like, now I know that like, nuclear apocalypse is extremely unlikely to happen. Like, there's no reason for any sane government to do anything with that. And it's mainly because it just makes no sense, you know? There's no economics there that would make them want to do such a thing. And like we've talked about previously, the world revolves around money. So if there's not an economical situation to do something, there's a very good chance that it will never happen. It's very rare that people go to war over principles. A lot of the time, there's an economic incentive to do it. Sane. Yeah. There are, you know, questionably sane groups of people out there. I like to think that it's all a show and it's just a way for them to keep their power, but it's hard to know. Have you ever heard about Russia's government? Some aspects of it with the oligarchs and everything. I've been mildly fascinated with the Putin and his regime, and the thing is that even though they might seem fairly ridiculously like out there, a lot of it isn't. A lot of it has economic reasons for it, which sounds effed up, but like the majority of Russia's economy is based on their ability to pull stuff out of the ground. So if somebody threatens their ability to pull stuff out of the ground, they have a economic interest to, you know, to retaliate or to, you know, do stuff. So some of it, if you look at it from that perspective, makes more sense. And then a lot of it is like, you know, big dong politics where you need to just be supportive and manly. I've never understood those types of things. But I feel like that is more of the way that they talk about stuff and less about how they actually act. Yeah, Navanly or whatever. Alexij. I can't pronounce any of their names well. I'm terrible at that. Haven't watched the news in almost a fortnight, just sick of it. Yeah. I will go in spurts, Nancy. There's times where I sort of like binge on it, and then there's other times I've learned that I need to back up and let it be. There's not like there's anything I can do about it, even if I had billions of dollars. It's like I'm not going to change the way this group of people are going to act. I'm from the East Coast. I don't want to give too much exact information. Not that I think any of you guys are crazy or anything. You never know who's on the internet. And because these streams do stick around on YouTube, I'm gonna be careful with what I talk about. But I'm one of the original 13 colonies, I guess you could say. So if it gives you more of like an idea, I guess the north or eastern-ish areas. I find independent channels on YouTube better than mainstream media. Yeah, I would agree. It's even gotten to the point where I find the the local, like the small time weather people are a little bit nicer to watch than the big weather channels. Like a lot of weather channels will go, this is what's going to happen, versus like is it Ryan Hall has been the guy that I do a bunch recently. He's like, here's the European model, here's the American model, here's the NOAA model, like, and here's an amalgamation of these models. Something like this will happen. And I find that far more informative of like, okay, so that's what's going on with our weather. Yeah, he's one of the people that Putin didn't enjoy. I've seen a couple of videos of him before he was taken out. I think the craziest part is that, like, he really wasn't even saying all that crazy stuff, you know? He was... I don't think it was worth the negativity that Putin is going to get from that whole situation. But I guess that's not how he viewed the situation. But that's the weird part about like Russian politics, is that they've always viewed their own people as something that they can do what they want with, you know? Not that they wouldn't do it what they want with other people, it's just that they're far more hesitant to take out foreign journalists than they are their own journalists. Which I've never quite understood. I feel that as long as everybody's allowed to like communicate, like it can't be that bad. It's just words, guys. It's just words. But I mean, I don't know. Some people think it's different. They have the right to do whatever they want. And I do not agree. Then again, there's a funny argument by George Carlin about rights. You know, some countries have 12 rights, some countries have 99 rights, some countries only have 1 right, some countries have no rights at all. What's the correct answer? Or maybe there is no correct answer and this is just all something we made up. George Carlin's theory was he likes to believe that everybody has infinite rights. But in that infinite right aspect, you have the right to shoot him. Which, I'm not sure if I go that far. But for a comedian, I think it's pretty damn funny. $42. Yeah, maybe that's the rights, the correct amount of rights that we should all have. 42 of them. I don't know. I think common sense should be more of something that affects it. Similar to like what I was talking about earlier about like, should teachers have the right to beat children? Like, in absolute form? No. But maybe they need the right to defend themselves to keep certain situations from happening. It's not... Nothing's black and white in this world. It's all shades of gray. Alright, do I need to do any more? I think... we probably want some more... river seeds around here. Ah, jerk. Poked my butt with his head. Did not appreciate that, bro. Hey. Don't make me poke you. Really? You need more... There you go. Run away. Oh, you're a new guy. The weary mood just helping you get on top of the fence. Yeah, give me a little push. What a bum. Really? Another one? Oops. Yeah, well. You guys respawn anyway. I only feel so bad about it. Alright, let's replant some of this stuff. Regrass, I guess. Eh, it's not the right spot, but oh well. Wish I could grass these path blocks. Oops. Yeah, luckily we have the nests in there, so I'm not too concerned about destroying those dudes. have to probably fiddle with that mangrove at one point. With the mud. Welcome back, Todd. I think we need something like the Democratic Party in Poland. Yeah. Have you ever seen, what's it called? Orville? I feel like they have a good example on why a lot of other political systems besides democracy run into problems a lot. Does that mean democracy is necessarily the end-all be-all, like we have to follow that? No. Some genius in the future might come up with, you know, a better version of democracy that I've never even comprehended. But as of now, I don't know if there's a better system that we have available to us. I'm willing to listen to anybody that has an idea, you know? I feel like we should always be open-minded. You never know. Somebody might come up with a genius idea. But I feel like any other pure or other system that has been presented has already been shown to have some very, very large drawbacks. You watching Orville? I watched all of it. Oh, was it 3 seasons of it? I really hope they have more of seasons. Though I'm pretty sure that last season, it felt pretty last season-y. Like they weren't gonna bring it back, which bums me out a bit. I really hope they bring it back. Technocracy. There's a book that I've read that has a technocracy civilization in it, where like people live in robot bodies and stuff. I don't know enough about it to know if that's like the way that like is a good way or not. But there's definitely laws in a pure logical approach to reality. So I have a tough time believing that pure logic is the way to go. Because there are times where the path forward should not be dictated by logic. Oh, sorry, it probably won't. Yeah. Season 6. Many have written about the new seasons, but so far they have been in imagination. It's democracy without election? Is that what technocracy is? Like, everybody has the ability to vote, like, quite literally. We do have the technology. I mean, at this point in time in our civilization, we do have the technology to be able to facilitate something along those lines. But then you run into the problem of, like, how would you deal with trolls, you know? Some people might want to vote for a specific thing just to watch the world burn, you know? So I do agree that like that might be a really good path forward, but it might also be more flawed. There's an episode in Orville where people vote like Twitter with up and down votes, and they basically choose their politicians and their elected representatives based on just how many upvotes everybody has. And that would be an example of like a pure technocracy or whatever system where everybody has a vote. But if you're not fully informed on something, your vote might not necessarily be the vote that you want to have. No voting rulers are chosen, not elected. Yeah, I don't know enough about it. I have to look into it. I feel like it's not simple. It might work, but I do like the idea that everybody has a hand in the system. So that way it makes people sort of like have a vested interest in the outcome. Because right now we have a lot of people in America that just don't give an F, you know? And when you only have like 30% of the population voting, it becomes pretty rough. Because a lot of stupid things can happen from that 30% that are voting. You know, it's like the older population is the main voting. So certain things related to that, like, can be a problem. You know, they'll make laws that extenuate, you know, their own age group. Which I'm not saying is exactly what's going on in America, but it's one of the things that could happen. And then you get into this system where it's just blah. Alright, I think I need to plant more stuff in this hill. So I'm not going to be grassing that up yet. But I think our turkey area is fine. So I think tomorrow we'll go capturing turkeys. And we'll probably also start capturing roos. But nobody is ruling. If somebody is good at managing money, they manage the country's financing. And Poland IT was happening for the past 8 years. It was happening for the past 8 years. Yeah, I mean, it could totally work fine. It's one of those gray areas where it all sort of depends. You know, it can work for generations and generations, but it just takes one dude that, like, takes advantage of something for the whole thing to fall apart. So there needs to be some sort of checks and balances to the whole system. I'm definitely not smart enough to come up with the right way, you know? But as we progress in our technology, I think there's going to eventually be a way. At least I hope so. I got the hopes. I hope for it. If human lived in robot bodies, just an example, and people could live much longer than now, would that mean more humans think they know all, since they've been alive for a long time? Would that create more conflict and cohesiveness? I don't know. Depends on how you look at it. Like, if you look at it from, like, the Borg perspective, you know, everybody becomes, like, a collective. You could also maybe think of it more of like as people turn to robots, they have access to all known information. So if you need to be more informed with something, you just download the information or access it. Or xenomorphs, yeah. It's all depending on that situation. It's, you can't just say that one way or the other is the best way, because there's still flaws in that, and you can see some of those flaws in Star Trek, where the Borg tried to convert everybody to them, or in Doctor Who with the Cybermen, or in Orville with whatever those fully what are those guys called? I have too many references in my head. I'm not going to be able to pull it out. I have to actually look it up. I'm going to feel bad if I can't. Orville robots. The Kalon. There we go. People are too stupid to decide about our country's future. Yeah, well, it's one of those paradigms where, like, human is smart, people are stupid. You get a group of people together and they'll kick someone to death. But if you get every individual from that group to say, kick this person to death, they won't do it. It's the weird contradictory aspect about humans. We tend to be very intelligent on an individual basis, and when you get a group of us, that group mentality can make our IQ just disappear. Alright, but on that note, I have been sitting here with my cat on my lap and my leg scrunched up to support him for 2 hours and 42 minutes. I think it's time for me to take a quick break. When we come back from this break, we will continue on the zoo. And we will start populating the areas with turkeys, more frillies, and try getting some roos, some jackaroos. So if you've been like me and you've been sitting this whole time, it is time to get up, get something to drink, maybe go on a bio break, stretch your legs, I'll see you guys in a little bit. BRB. Alrighty, I'm back. Just gotta pick up the crummy bumblebees. Little mans. Get comfortable back in my chair. Make sure Crummy's all okay with my situation. I love how he just hangs out with me all day on my chair. Thank you, Todd. Could you shout when you're back? I need to write a wabajaba in for Polish for tomorrow, so I need to know when you're back. I'm back! Sorry if that was too loud for anybody. Bob is back again. It's a Jimmy day. Hi, I'm back. I am Todd. Todd is back. Hey, welcome back. Alright, it's Saturday. That means Franklin's wandering about away from his work table. He's hiding in a bush. Storms like this make me want to shout. Shout, baby, shout. Let it all out. These are the things I don't know this song. Heating up some food. Food. Where is Rain hiding? I swear, man, NPCs know how to hide. Oh, and the rain just kills the frames in this world. What music do you like? I grew up in like the late 90s, early 2000s, so some of that music. I'm not super into pop music, but I like a lot of different music. A lot of it relates to the lyrics or the beat specifically, but like good lyrics can make up for a bad beat, and a really good beat can make up for bad lyrics. So I don't really have a specific genre. Have you got plenty of coffee? I think it's going to be very helpful when the changes come in. Spec shirt. Spooky Spectre on it. I did have a big old cup of coffee before I started stream, so I've got a pretty good amount of energy in me. Where's John? I try not to use it all up though, in one aspect in stream, because we're only at 3 hours and I'm trying to go for like 7, 8 maybe today. So, and if I have too much coffee, I'll start shaking, so I try not to drink too much of it. But I like a lot of different music. I think rock has been sort of like my go-to, but there's a lot of rock I don't like, so it's very hard to give a specific genre I need, or I like. So try some old Polish music. It's like really weird kind of rock. I'm down. I've enjoyed learning different types of foreign music. It's a little rough, like, I mean, in-game. Oh, I got you for coffee in-game. I do have some... That's funny. I totally misinterpreted that. I do have some coffee, but I haven't been making a lot of it. When we get back to my crafting area, I'll show my coffee. I have a chest full of it. I tried to talk to Clover, not her sign. I'm saving up a lot of the coffee due to, in the future version of the game, in the next update, when they're changing the stamina late time, you can get a extended stamina bar by drinking coffee. Sort of like how the bar gets bigger when I eat Pavlov. What's going on, mate? Like, I wasn't really big into, like, rap music for a long time, but as time has progressed, I've gotten more into it just because of, like, the lyrics has some, like, really good aspects to it. What's an example? There's an African band that got real popular. I haven't listened to them in a while, but I enjoy their music. I used to not like Michael Jackson, and then one day I like opened my ears and listened to the words in some of his songs, and wow, some of his music is powerful. I think this is the most serious conversation I've had this year. Yeah, we're open to anything in this chat. Within reason, you know, we're not gonna allow, you know, hate speech or anything too crazy. Whoa, that's a head. Are you okay? You got some whiplash there, Rain. But as long as it's civil conversation, I support all conversation. It's the only way forward is for us to communicate. Food. Todd, got you inspired to make food. Yeah, we don't normally have super in-depth conversations in chat, but it's something that happens every now and then. I try to keep like stuff that's going on in the world sort of out of it, just because Dinkum is a very peaceful game, and bringing the real world into it can sometimes be a downer for everybody. So there's only so much that I'm willing to do, you know? So in school, it's basically some weird shiz happens, like kids randomly singing Skibidi Toilet. Wise and compassionate decision. Yeah, compassion is something that I probably have a little too much of, to be honest. There's times where I was younger and I could keep my mind like out of it and just be like, yeah, whatever. But now that I'm a little older, sometimes like conversations can really get to you. Like, I watched this podcast. I'm starving. Can't wait for lunch, so eating now. Yeah, I had a little bit of food before stream. I should be able to handle a long stream, but we'll see how it goes. We also don't have anything really cooked up in the fridge right now, so there's only so much I can really eat. I could go snack on stuff, but I'd rather have like an actual meal than a snack. But like I used to be able to listen to like stories from like not to be too serious, but like the whole Israel-Palestine thing. Like I used to be able to listen to some of those stories and sort of disconnect from it. Nowadays, it's really hard not to like cry from it, you know, it really affects me. I've lost family members and friends as I've gotten older. And knowing that pain is rough. And like seeing other people go through it, like, just tears me up inside. I mean, we'll all experience it, man. That's the crazy part, which is why... Okay. Airplane almost shoved me into the ground. Well, thanks, man. We'll all go through that type of stuff eventually in our life. And that's partly why I don't understand how conflicts around the world can continue, because these are adults, you know, these adults have had painful experiences. They know what it's like to lose a family member or a best friend. How the hell do they make decisions that cause that to happen? I just do not understand. Really wish we could all just put each other in our own like shoes and understand a little bit more, because we really need to. Air vehicles with attitudes. For some reason I just put like a face on the helicopter, and it was like, it was a little bit of a jerk of a helicopter, let's just say that. Oh, that was pretty interesting. The pleep walks through it and like forces it to the ground. Okay, there's still some food left. Tomorrow we'll probably come back up here and feed and tend to the animals. How you doing, Erwin? Yeah, talking to animals all by themselves is... You might need some other people in your life too. Not that I, you know, shoved you across the map away from everybody. Nope, nope. That was totally your decision. You banished him though. Shh. Yeah, I did sort of banish him and Theo to the the north and east of the map. I hope there's a way that we can, I don't know, have the NPCs use the teleporters or something. Or maybe, at least for Theo's sake, I hope they turn it so that NPCs can swim. Because right now, every night, he just sort of swims out front of his door. And I do feel a little bad about that. Theo's probably the worst, because there's zero chance of him taking this path all the way back to, like, Tucker's spot. But at nighttime, I can sort of bring Erwin down this path and he'll get to Tucker's place. Maybe they just make it so that the NPCs just teleport right to Tucker's. I don't know. I hope they change it so that I can still have them in their cool spots, but not have them so, disconnected from the rest of the town. What do you call an angry carrot? A steamed veggie. Oh yeah. I've been storing our coffee in this area. Every now and then I'll make some. But because I have so much Pavlov, I don't really need coffee. Like, it does give you a stamina regen and a speed boost, but you get a speed boost from Pavlov as well. Alright, let's go put our gold paint away. Is it going to be raining all day? No, it'll end soon. I think I'll just put this in there for now. My friend recently lost his father, and when he got into an argument after one guy tried to strangle him, and the guy said something like, "How is your dad doing?" Oh, like that's what I mean by, like, when you're young, you can be such a freaking jerk. You can disconnect from it in a way that's just so painful for others. Like, I haven't lost like a parent yet, but I know it's gonna happen eventually. God, what a mean thing to say. But when you lose a family member, man, you'll know. Like, it's just not something that you can understand how much it hurts. My wife has a good way of explaining it. It's like a bouncy ball in a box, and inside that box is a button. And when it first happens, that bouncy ball is just bouncing like crazy. And every time it hits that button, you just get like a uncontrollable shearing pain that just you can't control. Over time, that bouncy ball sort of wears down, and it hits the button less. But every now and then, it still hits. And it's still that same pain. I don't know how people do it, man. At least you always know where Theo is. Yeah, I got his location on lock. You can pinpoint him at any point in time. The possible stamina changes are what made me shift into more farming. Yeah. As soon as the new update comes, I'm gonna change this whole crafting area up and move it over here. And I'm probably gonna make like a farming area to dedicate it to more stuff. Let's see, do I need anything else? Probably should grab some flowers. Oh, wait. We want it to catch stuff. The coffee extends your energy bar after midnight, though. Are you sure? I don't think that does that right now. I know it does in the future. Thought I tested it recently. You know, I'll put one in my pocket just in case. Your west teleporter, is that naturally placement away from the coastline a bit? Or is that terraformed? This one? This one is natural, and same with this one. This was a pain because it's such a tiny little island that this one was on. Yeah, in the future, it'll change. Does it extend it anymore? No, it doesn't. Yeah, Pavlov is so overpowered. It, like, extends everything. Alright, let's see. We want turkeys. We also want to get roos, which roos are going to be a pain in the butt in order to get. We also want more frillies, so we got to damage these guys a bit so that they don't. Electric man, so they don't break the cage. And somehow we have to get this roo in there. Hopefully he doesn't get destroyed by... There we go. The crocodile. Wow, cool. All of mine are almost right on the edge of water. So when getting out of the east one, crocs, we're sometimes right there. Hence the safety zones now. Yeah. Is that... I think that's on there. Yeah, we got all three. Other animal close by we can try to capture. We don't need any more crocs. So, bye buddy. Turn into meat. Yeah, some of the locations of those teleporters can be very frustrating. I've seen some crazy stuff. Always with the poo. Stupid ruse. Nice. Got one. Oh. This is one of those things that's so hard to get. It's probably easier to like run them into the side of the ground, like into like the water. Ooh, nice. Okay, I guess I can do that that way. It's a little bit easier. I feel kind of weird starting some deep conversations while not even knowing the game. Understandable. Dinkum is my my happy space. I started playing the game again when I was like having a little bit of a rough time. I lost my job and one of my cats health was failing. So it sort of became a spot that I used to get away from the game or the world. There we go. Am I still gonna be able to drive? Ugh. Getting 5 of these guys on is a little bit of a pain. Oh, it worked somehow. You're welcome to ask questions about the game if you ever want to learn more about it. Between me and everybody in chat, we usually have multiple thousands of hours of experience. So, any questions you got, we can definitely answer. And if we can't, I'm sure we'll find an answer eventually. Thank you. That was not as easy as it looked. Not that it probably looked easy. Alright, so we got 3 roos and a turkey. Am I gonna be able... No. Let's go put the roos away. Three roos and a turkey. That sort of sound like that. Or maybe like the start of a joke. Like 3 roos walked into a bar. Whoa. Crap. I hate how sometimes you just toss it. Is that on there? How did that get... It just like clicked right there. A pleep, vombat, and a wary moo walked into a bar. Alright, I think the turkey's close to the wary moos. Oh, we got some turkeys. Ook. Oh, come on. Good thing you guys are slow. And a toss. There's gonna be a ton of moo in this little area. Probably easier to get them in there than it is to get the wary moos. How does the American system even work? brief understanding of it is that there's the judicial branch, executive branch, and legislative branch. Yeah, I think that's what the three are. So you have like Congress and the Senate, which is two forms of representation that are elected by each state. So one is done by population. So the bigger the state, the more representatives they have. I think that's the House of Representatives. And then there's the Senate, which everybody gets 2. So it's a way of sort of compensating for the super big and populated places. Everybody gets an equal vote in the legislative branch. Legislative branch is where most, oh, damn it, like laws and things are, get in there. No, I did it again. Are sort of propositioned. And once those two groups of people, let the House and the Senate agree to pass something, it goes on to the executive branch, which is where the president is and like the military and everything is. And the president is sort of like the leader of the military, and for the most part, he just signs stuff into law. But he also has the right to sort of veto it and just say, no, I don't like this. Now, if he does that, the Senate can come back and say, well, if 2/3 of the House and the representatives, I think 2/3 of both, agree that no, we want this through, they go past the veto of the president, and it's forced into law in a way. And then there's the judicial branch, which is the Supreme Court and like all of the different court systems in America. If at any point in time any law can be brought up into the judicial system, from like normal people having lawsuits and stuff, and they have sort of they interpret the law. So there might be a point in time where, you know, the Senate, the House, and the president all think that, you know, some law has to happen, and then the people will ask sort of the judicial system, how is this supposed to be implemented? Is it implementable? Or is this completely against our Constitution and our rights as a country? That's sort of like the a vague way of how it all works. There's a whole bunch of checks and balances between the system that makes it so that, in theory, no portion of the government becomes stronger than the other. Now, of course, that reality is subjective. Some people think that, you know, this group is stronger than the other group. There's always been sort of this like continuous push by the president to have more and more authority over certain things. Like people complain about what's the law? The home something or another law that basically created like a way of connecting Homeland Security. That's what it is. Connecting like the CIA, the FBI, and like normal police force all together. And that came out of 9/11 as a way to have all of these different groups of military bodies communicate in a more efficient way. So that way when terroristic threats are a thing, like 9/11 or the Boston bombings or whatever it may be. The different groups of military structure, be it FBI, CIA, or literally like home, National Guard, are able to all communicate, talk, and act in a quick way to respond. Some people think that it goes farther than it should. Some people think that it's a requirement for what the current day and age is. It's still a big controversial aspect of our society. You know that the veto law was created in Poland? I did not know, but that makes sense. I mean, Poland, I think, like most of Europe is older than America. So a lot of our system is based on European systems. We begged, borrowed, and stole a whole bunch of different ideas from Europe. And I think that's partly why a lot of people consider the American system sort of like, not a gold standard, but like maybe a silver standard. Because all of the checks and balances make it so that not one group of people have total authority or total ability to enact certain rulings and oppress certain people. The downfall to today's day and age is that with AI and all the different aspects of how quick things are changing, with all those checks and balances, our government isn't able to respond as quickly. So like for AI regulation, for something to go through the Senate, the House, and get approved by the president, takes months, if not years. And it's not necessarily something that, like, AI is progressing so quickly. We might not have months and years before all of this type of job might be just boop, gone. So there's definitely pluses and minuses to it, but it's I think one of the best systems the world's currently got. I definitely think there can probably be improvements to it. I don't think it's flawless, but yeah, you are mostly European in blood as well. Yep. I mean, America is a melting pot, man. I'm like, my nationality or like my background, like if you did like if you like looked and did like a DNA analysis, I am a just mutt of all types of people. Be it like Hungary, oh boy. Or Italy, or Irish. I'm like a mutt of a bunch of different European things. There's African American, there's Native American. I'm a mutt from all types of backgrounds. Which I think has good and bad aspects, but I think for the most part, it should hopefully make us more understandable of each other. I have no idea if this will work, but I'm going to try bringing this guy over. Let's also take his egg. The only thing, like, I don't have much Asian or like Middle Eastern in my background, but by percentages, that's also a growing percentage in America, and it wasn't historically a large percentage. So America is great. I wish I was American. There's positives and negatives of it. I mean, I think one of the coolest things I've learned from talking to people on the internet is that a a lot of countries in Europe are sort of like a one biome type country. Like they might have mountains, they might have plains, but some countries are just all plains or all mountains. America is so big that like you can go from, like desert to plains to two different mountain chains to like all types of different biomes. So I think that's one of the strongest things that America has going for it, is that we have a lot of um, different areas and different people that like those areas and different backgrounds for those areas. So you don't have to necessarily go, across 5 different countries in order to experience a bunch of different things. You can just go across a couple of states, which I think is really cool. I lost a metal dude. Where did I place you? Yeah, a few countries in Europe might consider as city nations. Yeah. There's definitely, there's really tiny countries too. Like, was it that religious one where the Pope lives in? It's only like 40 square miles or something ridiculous. Like, it's super tiny. And, there's all types of places around the planet that are like that. Too much ethnicity culture in a very narrow area. What do you think about the latest refuge crisis in Texas? Vatican City? Yeah, Vatican City's super tiny. It blows my mind how tiny that place is, and it's considered its own country. You okay, doggo? She's like reverse sneezing, making this crazy sound. What do I think about the refuge crisis in Texas? I think the refuge crisis in Texas is a lot of BS. I think it's a lot of political posturing. The reality is that America does not have a growing population all that much. We are not having kids as much as we need to have kids. So I don't necessarily believe that the immigration that we have is a bad thing. I think it's a good thing. I think our country needs to have people immigrating to it, especially as we stop having kids more and more often. So I think it's a bunch of BS that politicians are talking about. There is no crisis. It's just political posturing, in my opinion. Which frustrates the hell out of me, because if you look at the numbers of the whole situation, like, it's not like we have as much immigration or refugees that Europe has seen in the past 10 years. Like, we're like a fraction of that, and yet we're complaining about it. It frustrates me a lot. I feel like we need to open our eyes and realize that the world's a big place, and we should also be accepting other people from other places, because we need immigration. Otherwise, our economy will collapse long term. Reverse sneezing. Yeah, it's that weird, like snorting almost sound that dogs do. A long, long time ago, when only the gentry ruled, the king didn't like that, so he created the veto law, which basically made so every single member of the parliament could just stand up and shout veto. Yeah, have you ever seen the United Kingdom's parliament and the way they yell at each other? I can totally see that still being a thing. It's hilarious to me. Like you watch American Congress and the House, and they have all these crazy, they'll literally read a book. as like a way of like keeping people from talking and getting a law through. But then you look at like the United Kingdom, and they're just like freaking making fun of each other, like laughing about it, like calling each other names, doing all types of crazy stuff. Like, I get a kick out of that. And that made all things that happened during the deliberations invalid. So our enemies bribed the poor nobility and made our country unable to function. And then we were attacked and disappeared. Yeah, I mean, that's sort of the problem that we have with certain things. Where somebody can like grandstand and read a book for so many hours and make it so that you just literally can't get anything through. A lot of inaction is a problem. One way of explaining that is that our local governments, like say for the state level, on average do like 1,000 to 1,200 law things, whether they're adding laws or removing laws or editing laws. They're doing multiple things a day. Our House and our Congress rarely get over 100 to 200 things done. And it's infuriating to me that it's that big of a difference between the two situations. Like, our federal government should be doing way more than it is, instead of leaving... Well, there's also the counter argument that the whole system is made to have the states do all the rights, and the federal government is sort of just the overarching body. If, like, the states should be able to decide ultimately what they're doing. And it's only when the states argue too much about it that the federal government should be involved. So it's sort of... It's hard to say what exactly is right. A lot of people are more for state rights than they are for federal rights, which I can sort of agree with. It's hard to say that one is better or the best. It's for 123 years. We have the most illegal immigrants per capita in my country, so I'm really biased on that area. Yeah. And that's one of those things, like, we all have to accept our biases, you know. None of us are perfect. We all have our backgrounds and what we have to do. Like, and you have to take that into consideration when you're learning about things. Like, am I too biased to be able to put my 2 cents in on this topic? Like, AI and robots will replace those jobs in a few years. I don't really see the U.S. economy as dependent on immigrants. You'll be surprised. Statistically, I think we're having like 1.1 births per like person or something like that. It's like pretty low, and a lot of Europe is having that same problem. And what that ends up being is that you're within a decade or two, or 50 years, your population is going to shrink in half. And sure, AI and robots will help with that, take over some of those jobs, but there's definitely jobs that just need to be done by a human. Get back here, punk. You know what? Work smarter, not harder. Especially with the recent crisis with truckers in New York. I'm in New York City. New York City has a super complicated situation going on there. They have a lot of real estate that is owned by foreigners. So it's hard to get anything done there, because getting a group of people that don't even live there to change how housing or any type of area is very difficult. And then on top of that, even if they could change it all, the infrastructure is, 100 years old, if not older. So it's not like they can actually support, a 10, 20% increase to their population. So it's definitely a gray area. I'm in UK and find our politicians childish and embarrassing. Yeah, I mean, I find Americans childish and embarrassing too. At least, yeah, it can be very frustrating. I don't know. I find it more amusing than watching, like, the American Senate read a book about some crap that has no bearing on the law that they're trying to avoid getting into the legislation. Like, I'd rather a group of people yelling at each other and almost getting into a fist fight. At least they're passionate about what they're doing. At least they seem passionate. I'm also not very knowledgeable about those politicians and what they're doing, so I might have a big bias on that aspect. Versus, you know, if you're from the UK, you might look at it in a completely different fashion than I do. Ow. I'm getting behind a little bit. Let me capture this guy. But also spend too much time in New York too. In New Jersey. Yeah, it's very common for people in New Jersey to work in New York and stuff. You have also the Senate. Yeah, the whole checks and balances. New York's is really cool and looks dangerous. Yeah, any place can be dangerous when you got millions of people together. New York City isn't that dangerous. I would say New Jersey's more dangerous. I can see where that... Yeah, definitely some parts of New Jersey are pretty bad. Especially as you get to the more rural side, some crazy crap can happen. Some of the scariest places I've been were when I was in New Jersey. People were pretty ridiculous there. Versus like New York City, they're more openly just like aggressive, but they're not necessarily going to like beat you up. Just stun them, bro. Yeah, that's what I figured out, just stunning them. I got hit by a car in New Jersey, and it's a big problem with pedestrian accidents. Yeah, New Jersey drivers are flipping crazy. I've definitely experienced that. But never got hit in New York City. For how bad they drive, they've never really have a pedestrian accident issue. Yeah. New York, from my experience, has people drive far too close, but they also, for the most part, drive with knowledge of where their car is. Versus, I've seen people in New Jersey just like hit each other and just keep driving. Like, it's almost like they don't care about their own car. Yeah, real estate is a damn mess in New York City. It really is. And because, like, you can go like a whole block and have absolutely no businesses, but the whole block is all like business properties. And because that block is owned by people that don't live in the state, they have no vested interest in selling or renting it out for any less than what they did last year. Because if they do lower the value of the rent, that means the entire property is worth less and their investment goes down. And nobody wants their investment to go down. And it just creates this like self-fulfilling, prices go up constantly, and there's a point when you can't have that. What are you doing, Crummy? He's like licking his butt or something, and there's like feet all over the place. I just don't understand. I have a huge bias against politicians, and that's not good. Not at all. All of them bad. Yeah. Same here. I try to think of politicians as just normal people, but then when you watch how they act and what they do in your like Senate or anything, it can really put a bad spin, bad taste in your mouth. And I have a tough time believing that they're all good people, but they have to be. You know, not everybody can be bad people. There's got to be a group of them that are genuinely concerned. It's all fun and games until you realize that electors and shouters are ruling a country. Yeah. And I feel like that's becoming a bigger and bigger problem that all countries are running into. Why do you only have 2 political parties in the US? Because I couldn't give you a full answer. It's actually been something that's been a problem since the beginning of our country. Like, George Washington warned us to having a 2 political party system because it'll end up being one of the downfalls to our country. Which I agree. We do have other parties. Like, there is like the Green Party, the Independent Party, but they're just not strong enough to actually be a party per se. Like, the Green Party has never gotten more than a couple % of the vote, and same with the Independent Party. We did get some of our most recent, like, senators or House of Representatives. We have gotten a few more independent people in there. So I feel like it is going somewhere in like a less than 2-party system. But it is a huge problem. But ultimately, even if you have more political parties, like, I think there's a few countries in Europe that have like 12 or so different political parties. And the problem that they run into is that in order to get somebody into office, you have to have these like 12, you have to have these like multi-party coalitions. So you end up still having sort of like one coalition of 5 parties against another coalition of 6 parties or 12 parties. So it ends up being the same type of crap even if you have more parties. It's really annoying. That's what, like, one of the biggest problem with politics is that no matter how you look at it, it always ends up being like a big pile of crap. What's the old South Park thing? A giant douche versus a turd sandwich. It always ends up being that type of argument, but I feel like it's also a good thing. Like, if everybody's like you don't want everybody to be happy. You want it to be a compromise between everybody. I have no idea what that is. EOASLZZCN. I am sure you have conflicting views with both reps and Dems. I do. I'm not on quite either side of the political spectrum. I think both are sort of flawed. But at the same point, I also think Republicans and Democrats are closer to each other than a lot of other parties. It's all sort of relative. Did I leave? Maybe I left it over here. I done did lost one of these metal animal traps. No idea where it went. I don't know, I'm a very compassionate person, so I think there's a way forward. We can definitely, like, as long as we focus on the real damages, you know, the real harm that we're generating, I think we can get somewhere where we all agree is a better spot. I just hope we get there before, you know, something crazy happens. Ow. There we go. Any more frillies? I think I need more frillies than I need more jackaroos. When is your election? Is it in the near future? Yeah, it's in the next year, I think. I'm really not thrilled with it. We have two of the oldest candidates ever. They're both going to be in their 80s during their presidency, whoever wins. And I think of all the days and age with AI and everything, this is probably the last time in our history we should have... Oh, this Kinda's going to kill this guy. Such old people in our presidency. Not to be like ageist or anything, I just feel like you need to be on the ball. You need to be understanding of what AI means. You need to be understanding of the ramifications of the technology that we're dealing with. And two 80-year-old dudes, I don't believe are that. Like the rest of the whole, like, you know, whatever side of the frickin' aisle you want to be on, I think is pretty irrelevant. I think we just need younger candidates that actually have their heads on straight, and but that doesn't seem to be what's going to be in the cards for this electoral season, which really makes me sad. So it's just going to be a turd sandwich and a giant douche that we're going to be picking from. Let me drive. By the way, do you use any desert roses? I don't remember seeing. I have a bunch of desert roses, but I haven't planted many of them. I think the most that I have are in the Kinda area. But I also haven't planted many flowers in most of my zoo area yet. That's on my to-do list. Today I wanted to fill the zoos with actual peoples. I was thinking the same. The two cannons are not much of a choice. Yeah, it really is rough. Yeah, see, there's... Oh, don't go in the water. I went in the wrong area, but yeah, see, there's a couple desert roses in here. Jackaroo flowers, some desert dudes. I have a tough time with the desert rose as like a decoration because it's so centralized, mostly brown and green, and most of the pink is up, that it doesn't look as fancy as, say, like that flower or this flower or this flower. So I don't normally use it as much. Like, I like the bright green of the jackaroo and the red to it way more than the desert rose. You must have someone better to choose from. Yeah, I really wish we do. Who will you vote on? I mean, it's one of those things where I think it's pretty obvious who should be elected, but it's also one of those things where it's very controversial in this country right now. There's a group of people that believe one candidate is like a golden god and it's like our gift, the gift that like we should all be picking this one person. And then the other side is, oops, don't have bat zapper in hand when throwing an animal trap. And the other side is like, you can't possibly vote for this guy because, like, even if he is, you know, this amazing blah blah blah, he's done all of these terrible things, he's broken all of these laws, blah blah blah. So it's a real turd sandwich and giant douche situation. I lean a little bit towards the whole the one that's done the most illegal things probably shouldn't be the one in the seat of power. But I also don't know how much that matters to the rest of the population. Like, I live in a state that, in the best of times, we have damn near nothing to offer. Like, even if every single one of us votes and does stuff, it won't matter. We're not in a swing state or whatever. Like, nothing we do will change the outcome no matter how we vote, even if we vote for one candidate, like in totality versus the other side. So it's really frustrating in that aspect, because it's like, even if I didn't vote, the outcome will be the same. It makes you almost want to like move to like some of the swing states like Ohio and whatever, Nevada, Texas, those types of things, just so that you can have some sort of impact. But it gets even more complicated when you think that there's like an electoral college and the actual populace vote doesn't actually matter. It's all about what our representatives think. Forget about your stupid voting system. Cleveland, Ohio seems okay. Yeah, if it was up to me, I'd rather have freaking Elon Musk as the president. That troll. Honestly, I think having somebody that is independently wealthy isn't a bad idea, because they don't have as much vested interest in the economy's like details, and they can focus more on like the what's right and what's wrong. But there's also counter arguments to that, because they can lose billions of dollars if it goes one way or the other. And honestly, I don't think anybody would vote Elon Musk into office. I think that guy is pretty morally corrupt in ways. But there is an argument that he was able to find the people necessary to put, rockets into orbit better than our own government. So, but now how much is that our own government, crippling NASA with budgets that just progressively get smaller and smaller and smaller? I don't know. It's all a big pile of junk sometimes. I hope we figure it out as a country, but I feel like every country's running into that type of issue right now. One thing I am sort of wondering, irrelevant of politics and all this BS we've been talking about, those holiday jackaroo, if you put them in the zoo, would you still have them? Or would they despawn after December? How many of these guys do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I got like 9-ish. Probably good enough. I feel like I could probably do with some more roos. There's maybe 4, 5, 6, 7 of them. They stay if fenced in. Oh. Now I want to change my clock to December and get them. Vote Elon 2077. I don't even know if he's available. I think he was born in a separate country or something. Isn't he like South African or something? That's another aspect that is pretty crazy, is that like certain the certain specifics of who can and can't be president is pretty nuts. I feel like there should be a like, you definitely don't want, you know, foreigners just showing up and taking over your country. But if they've like nationalized and they've been here for 20 years, they have kids here, I feel like there should be a path forward. Maybe not into the, you know, the most important president of the United States, but at least to maybe Congress or something. That was an argument that I heard from this billionaire, Chamath Palihapitiya. I watch his podcast All In. And mainly because, you know, they're billionaires. They know stuff that I will never know, and they can hire people to learn about stuff that I will never be able to do. So, like, no matter how much, like, I sort of don't want to rely on rich people, you know, there's a part of me that's sort of like, yeah, let's eat those rich people. Just as someone that doesn't come from much money. I also know that they have the ability and the resources to do things that is very useful, and they can learn about things way easier than I'll ever be able to. Just watching the Shadow of the Erd Tree reveal trailer, and it makes me want to play Elden Ring so bad. I really want to play Elden Ring as well. I've never... Oh, what? How, what? Get back here. How'd this happen? Get back here. Oh, I didn't know you could... You can stun birds. Ay, ay, ay. That's an aspect of this game that probably could have helped me earlier on. Can I not stun you anymore? Are you, like, unstunnable? Of course, I just killed him. Number one stunner. Alright, well. That string of things happened. But waiting for a good sale to align with my wallet. Yeah. That's a big fish. I've been very hesitant to buy any video games because I've been unemployed this whole time. But once I get my job back and I have a few paychecks underneath my belt, I'm thinking about, you know, getting some new video games. I didn't know that about stunning the birds either. Yeah, I had no idea. I mean, it makes sense that you should be able to stun them. I just hadn't put two and two together. Something I think I'm going to do is maybe use some more of those burly things from Todd. Yeah, Ted, not Todd. Todd's in chat. Ted's in game. I am sort of excited though. I got the approval of my wife that, like, my second paycheck we can upgrade my computer. I'm a little excited for that. Do I want two of these? Maybe one croc. Do you want a ton of sharks? You know what? Why not? This is a video game. You can overpopulate your fish tank. It's fine. I'm really excited, and I think the most exciting thing for me too is that I'm going pretty sure I'm going to take my old computer, and because it's an AMD, I can do an upgrade to it because the AM4 platform, blah blah blah, nerd stuff. And right now the computer's having issues because I have a first gen Ryzen, and its memory controller's pretty junk. But I can upgrade that and then buy myself an entirely new computer. So for like $100 or so, I can make the current computer I have, A, not have as many problems, and then B, I can give it to my bro, and then that way he can have a desktop. He's currently been wanting to like stream and everything, but he's been using a laptop to do it, and it's not the best option. So I'm a little bit more excited in the idea that I can get him a desktop, and so that way he can start streaming, and he'll be a happy bro. So it's like I'm like 40% excited for my own computer, and like 60% excited to give him my old computer, so that way he can stream and do the stuff that he's been wanting to do for a real long time. Like, he's part of the reason why I got into streaming altogether, is because he kept talking about it. And I was like, you know what? I'll do it. Let's try it. Let's see how it goes. Do you live in a red state or a blue state? Historically, it's a blue state. But we're right on that line where like one state over's red, one state over's blue. Like the less populated southern part of my state, constantly red. But like 70% of the state lives on the top half. So we almost always go the blue way. But even if we didn't, it wouldn't matter much. Because, ow. Oh, God, get out of here. Let me out. Oh, it's close. I don't think we have the votes for it to matter. It's only like a couple of votes. If I remember, this is something I don't know exactly. That was close. I think the electoral system is strictly based on population. So more votes per more people, I think. That's why certain states have a like sort of outweighed aspect, and that's why they're considered swing states. I might be wrong though. That's one of those parts of politics that, like, the whole like the popular vote doesn't matter, it's all about the electoral vote, has always frustrated me to a point where, like, the more I learn about it. You can stand on the little lily pads? Or am I standing on the... No, I'm totally standing on the tiny lily pad. That's cool. I didn't know that was a thing. Alright, get out of here, get out of here, get out of here. What happens if you die in the game? You pass out and the day sort of ends. But I'm already at late, so it really wouldn't affect me much. But you do also lose a bunch of money. I think you lose like half of your money. I have a crazy amount of money in this world. It's in the bank right now. $500 million. So I'm not really concerned about money. The part that would frustrate me a little bit is that you lose durability. I think it's like 25% or a third or something. So all of these tools would have the little bars go down, and I would have to fix that. So that would be more annoying than anything else. Uh-oh, headphones dying. Let me swap out the ear. You think it's a third durability? Yeah, it's something like that. I've only died a couple of times, so I'm not exactly sure about what it would be. But that would be the most frustrating part for me, with having to fix the durability and recharge stuff. Alright. I think we did good for today. Let's put these traps away. I think I'm good on trapping for a little bit. I think I'm also pretty much good on planting stuff. Like actually digging stuff up and putting it down. Yeah, some weird number. A third or a quarter. I mean, any amount is still annoying to me, but luckily it doesn't like break tools. You know, it's a percentage, so you don't lose all of the tool. But it's still frustrating nonetheless. One thing I did do recently is I have enough rechargers to recharge like all of the tools I usually have in my inventory. Yeah, I'm up to the 6 of these guys, and I usually only roll around with 4, but sometimes I have a second or third printer or something. Yeah, none of these need to be recharged. Alright, I think tomorrow we're going to focus on planting flowers. Will be Sunday. The heck with Sunday Funday. My friend who does sometimes stream, and then he does it, if it's not Binding of Isaac or something, it'll be Dinkum. And he just got into it and has been needlessly dying on stream just to see how many ways his character can pass out. That's awesome. I like how he's not afraid of dying. It's pretty common for people to like get like infuriated by dying. So that's cool to hear that it doesn't bother him that much. Does it make more than one coffee? I've never really paid attention to it, but it's still cooking, so I guess it does. He's playing it like a post-apocalyptic world. Oh man, that would be a cool mod to add to the game. Like, there is no grassland, it's all like desert. We were talking yesterday about how they could mod the game to add different like hardcore varieties or like harder varieties of the game. That would be a cool like addition to the game. A post-apocalyptic aspect where like say if you spend too much time in the desert mining, like you get radiation poison or something. We should probably harvest our flowers too. If I remember correctly, I did it alternating for the first row. And then a space. That's something I really enjoy about games, is when they add like a hard version of it. When I was really into playing Minecraft, like back in like 1.10 time, I think I did this the opposite side. Oh well. I had played the game so much that I sort of got bored with the normal crafting recipes and stuff like that. So I ended up sort of playing like expert modes, and they make it so that like instead of getting like 1 plank per, or instead of getting 4 planks per log block, you get like 1 or 2, or sometimes you need a saw in order to be able to get planks. And I just got like a huge kick out of like making the game more difficult. Making crafting recipes harder, or making it so that like you have to manually do stuff that makes it so that it's more effort to get stuff. I don't think I'm necessarily at that point with Dinkum, but I'm not at that point with Dinkum. I think I would have a blast if like they made it so that instead of like 5 ore per ingot, it was like 10 ore per ingot. Or maybe you can only smelt iron in a regular furnace, and if you wanted to smelt copper, you had to like, I don't know, grab sand and mix it up with the ore or something. Or even if they added like steel, like maybe tin items like didn't last long, and they just removed copper, and like iron turned into steel, so you had to like do something crazy in order to get iron tools, because they're now steel tools. Or even make it so that your health and your stamina goes down naturally, so you have to eat to keep it up. Make it more of a survival mode. You know, I say that, but I'm about to get a job, so I might have absolutely no time to actually play that type of thing. I think I'm thinking about it like, hey, I have unlimited time, like I've had for the past few months. Going on break? Alright, man, thanks for hanging out. Hope to see you in the future. Good luck, and hope you have a good break yourself. After this day, I'm probably going to go on another break. Because we're at 4 hours or so. So it's another, like, I don't know, 40-minute days or something like that. So, closer to 5 hours, we'll take another break. Oh, wait, I think I did this way. Yeah. See you in a moment. Hope to see you soon. You know what I just thought about? I wonder what desert rose look like in the ground. Wish they had more than just one stub, like 2 stubs or something. It might look better that way though. Something I've been having a blast watching recently is Carl Sagan has been playing what's that Zelda? It's not Breath of the Wild. Outfit twins. Are we wearing the same outfit? Awesome. Ocarina of Time. That's what he's been playing. I've been having a blast watching him play Ocarina of Time because he's never played it before. And seeing him like relearn and experience like, you know, a game from my childhood. It's been real cool. Green's my favorite color, so of all the holiday outfits, green's the one that I would like to wear the most. Majora's Mask. Yeah, lime green shoes is actually my favorite shoes in the game. How are we doing on these flowers? Still need some more TLC for these guys. But we're getting better with these guys. Yeah, I'm not like a regular green, but like the super bright lime green. It's my favorite color. You know, it's a fun aspect about that type of neon green is that ooh, another alpha croc. Is it in the same spot? It's not. Ooh, we can capture another alpha croc. That looks like a golden emote on my OBS. And I look down at the Twitch and it's just like this like RGB like freaking rave dancing around. That's awesome. A green supremacist. Supremacist. I wish I had more green clothes. I only have a few shirts that I wear. Meow? You're closed Sundays. There you are, John. Come here, buddy. He must talk to you. Oh, geez. The twitching of the screen. No. I would say the majority of my clothes are like just black mainly. Matches everything. It's so much easier to go with that color. Or shade. I guess it's not really a color. It bugs my wife though, because we both have like a bunch of like black clothing with whatever decals on it. And what it ends up creating is that a lot of our outfits, like, we'll be wearing black, but it'll be like a brown black or a blue black. So they don't really match. So the reality of it is that like the black color isn't, it's always like just like a dark version of some other dye. Hey, red baseball cap. I think I have all of this. Just time to chat with Clover. Sometimes you worry me, Clover. Feeling the entirety of the atmosphere change. Hey, Sharky boy. You gonna attack this thing? Looks like you're really, really trying. Sally, 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 Sally. I mean, I'm a little concerned if you're nervous when you're cutting my hair, to be honest. It's like the last thing you want, someone confident cutting your hair. Next thing you know, whoops. Pretty sure I have a white armchair, and I'm pretty sure I have desert rose pot, but I'll grab it just in case. Oh boy, let's see what we get. Flooring and a rattan coffee table. So far, I've only gotten springs and a Pavlov out of the trash can. Surprised I haven't gotten any of the green stuff. Come at me. Look how they all show up. Rah. Yeah, we do have some of these guys. Not many of them, but they are placed around. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Alright, it's after 10, so I think Irwin will be open. Irwin. I should probably... Yeah. I should probably do some animal stuff today. Probably grab some of this and some poo. Got over 100 of that other stuff, so I'm not too concerned about using the spindle stuff with the pleat wool. Make some weird sounds. Come here, Pleepy boy. It's so weird how their like head is their main like hitbox. When they go down like a stair or something, their whole body just disappears in that block behind them. Not behind glass or cooped up or anything, like in proper enclosures and environments. I would love to see it too. Problem is, like, what would be a proper enclosure for, like, an African elephant? How flippin' big would that enclosure be? A couple square miles, probably. Or how about a whale? How would you even conceptualize how big of an area a whale's spot would need to be? Don't they, like, legitimately go around the planet? For their, like... What do you call that? Their, not mating season, but their, I guess they could be considered mating. Because they go somewhere for food, they go somewhere to have offspring, and they go somewhere else to, like, grow those offspring. Can't think of the word. Did I already get you? I did. The word will come to me eventually. Migration. There you go. I knew it was a word that was obvious. I just couldn't put my brain around it. Thank you, Half Beep. It's always amusing how, like, some of the words that, like you have such a large like, we all have such, like, large amounts of vocab, and yet at the same point there's times where it's just, like, can't think of it, can't figure it out. Let's bring some of this back. I was in Island Reef, didn't do too well. Aw. Did you fill up your inventory at least? As long as you filled up your inventory, you probably did well. What were you going for in the Island Reef? Draconium? Like chests and stuff? Got 17 Braconium, 2 Tufts, and I was going for Braconium and Tough. Hoped for more. It's actually pretty good in my opinion. $17 Braconium is probably some of the best I've ever gotten while I was down there. I think I've gotten maybe 3 Tuft is the best, but I would definitely trade Tough for Braconium any day. It is way harder to get. Like, Braconium is like a progression point. So, like, even though Tough is useful, until they make it so that the all season lasts forever, I'm not too concerned about Tufts. Filled up with paint, 1 pirate glider, 2 butterfly bottles, iron and copper bars, chests. Didn't pick up ice chests, the coolers. Yeah. I'll let you know how the all-season experiments go in water. Ooh, that sounds interesting. I'm very curious to hear what happens. You're open on Sundays, right? Yes, you are. For some reason my brain goes, no, everything's closed on Sunday. No, that's not the case. Oh, these poor bottle trees. Is it this one? No, it's this one. Yes. The ice cream should go into this one. Are these things bugged? What's going on with them? Hmm. Onwards to the future IKEA location. Yeah, I did have them. If it works, I'm hoping by being in water, maybe it will produce that vegetable forever. Or is it just 1 year? Wiki says all year, which makes me wonder if it's only 1 year or forever. My experience is that it doesn't last more than a year. But I didn't do that in a controlled fashion in any way, so I'm not sure. Nancy from YouTube says if you plant crops in water, you still have to water them every day. This is actually a... Oh, I actually got a new one. Let's go. That doggo wrecked that row. Good work, doggo. What's this? A rattan coffee table. Yeah, I have tons of those. We'll let you know I started the experiment in year 7. Yeah, it'll be a long-term experiment. Hopefully it works, but we'll see. Still have to water if in water. I haven't had to water mine yet, but it's only the first crop. Maybe soon. Yeah, I don't know. I think it would be pretty cool if you could plant in 1 deep water and not have to water them. I think that would be a cool feature of the game, like this level water. But I have zero idea if that's actually a thing. I defer to others with their more experience and experiments. Any fancy doggos? Nope. The new fertilizer allows you to grow crops out of season. Doesn't say it lasts forever. Yeah, but for a full-blown turf, I feel like for how rare that turf is, I feel like it should totally be a forever thing. But I think from my experience, it only lasts about a year, but I'm not even sure if it lasts a year because I've had it disappear quicker than that. And I've never had enough, and once I had that happen to me once or twice, I was like, I'm not effing with this anymore. It frustrated me too much. Because that turf is so hard to find in my experience. I'd rather it not just vanish like that. If it was cheaper, like if you could take like, 100 of that type of seed and make a turf, I'd be okay with it only lasting a year. That'd be fine. I guess this might be closer than that. Just barely. Let's just go here. If it only lasts a year, that makes sense gaming-wise. Yeah, as it would keep giving a reason to go to the island reef to find more. True. True. It's not just this, like, thing that you do once and it's just constantly there. And that's one of the things it seems that, James wants his, like to make the use of food, which ends up making it so you need to farm more. So he definitely seems to be balancing the game around the idea that you have to just do more stuff more often. Mr. Alpha Croc, where are you? Mr. Alpha Croc. Have you named your alphas? No, I haven't named them. Right now, I've just been penning them up. One day, we'll try to bring them all in one location. Alright. Eat some mighty stuff so that way we can get rid of this shark. And we also have some defense. So this guy doesn't absolutely destroy us. And maybe eat some Pavlov. Get a speed buff. Hey buddy. This way. That was a glitchy... Come here, bud. Come into my pen. Ow. Now you live there. I have 2 of you now. Ha ha ha. Yeah, one of these days, I'm going to have to, like, drag him all the way down, and then somehow maybe make a bridge across, and figure out what I'm going to do. Yeah, I'm getting some practice to it. We'll see how the Jackaroo is. Probably won't be too difficult. I love these little trees. Wish they had saplings. I wonder if they grow from the grass over time. So far we got 2 alpha crocs and one of these guys. Alpha bush devils. How's these things? I still got some growing to do. I think once we have 3 of each of the alpha creatures, that'll probably be the amount that I want. Any more would probably be overkill. How many of these things am I going to bring with me? Three alpha bush devils in 1 pen would be oof to enter. Yeah, they would probably wreck you. That would probably be a not very safe situation to be in. Alright. Get rid of some of this other stuff. Is there anything I should use marble for? Now that I finally have a ton of marble left. Guess that's really the only marble stuff there is. There's no like marble lamps or anything. Okie dokie. Just a thought. This is my current best thought on what I'm doing with the alphas. Did I buy the sapling yet? I did. Okay, good. Because this is going to be a big old mountain, which we might work on after our break, just because I'm going to need probably a little bit of a brainless moment. I was worried that they would all pop out. That was good. Now we got a decent amount of bush devils. How about the alligator back here? Oh, well, there's a couple that are permanently underneath that. They all spawn there? Yeah, those guys are just decorations now. Doesn't look like any spawned outside, but it looks like only 2 of them spawned in there. That's a pain. How many frillies are we up to? 4, 5, maybe 6. Should probably catch a couple more in the future. I feel like that mountain should have like 10. Oh, sharkies. Why are you so dumb? Ow. If I open up the fence, will you run to the water? You seem to lunge if I get close enough. Come on, buddy. Oh my god, why are you so stupid? Look at that smiley face. There you go, dum-dum. How about this, dum-dum? Am I going to be able to get you in there? Maybe... You're going farther away. Come on, bud. Come on, you smiley dum-dum. Close. Come on. Nope, nope, wrong way. Stop being dumb. Come on. Come on. There you go, dum-dum. Alright, now we got what? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think that's a decent amount of sharks. How am I going to get the December sharks or these roos in here? I might have to do that offline. That might be the only time I do offline work in this world. So I'm concerned if I change my clock to December while streaming, it's just going to straight up corrupt stuff and make it so the stream ends. It might be fine. Drum roll, please. But I'm a little concerned that it won't work like that. But anyway, the reason why I got this flat top fence before I got distracted with the stupid sharky sharks. So I think this area over here is going to be where I put the alpha creatures. Probably have like the alpha roo on this side, or maybe alpha crocs here, alpha jackaroo in the middle, and maybe the bush devils over on this side. So it's going to be sort of like the coolest thing that I have in this world. Besides, like, the world itself. But, and that's going to be where the welcome center is. So as you're, like, wandering through, the first thing you would run into is the alpha creatures in their little zoo. I think it'll be pretty cool. Oh, something I also haven't thought about. That mountain's gonna be in the way, and I don't think render distance will make it so that you can see anything. So it won't be till like here that you'll start to see the town. So maybe the welcome center gets diverted this way. Maybe you walk up the mountain, so by the time at the top of the mountain, you see the world like load in. I don't know. Those are long-term thoughts. I do like this fence a lot. So expensive though. That's why I've been using the tin one, because this uses all iron, and I don't feel like going to gather that much iron to do one fence around an area. Hey, Punk. What's that mean, half beat? Drum roll, I believe. Brum, brum, brum. I imagine it's related to the song we were listening to, but I'm not quite sure. Yeah, I'm gonna need way more of that. And imagine an alpha creature standing like right here, just a little bit over the bar. That'd be intimidating. Alright, Rue. What type of flowers do you guys flower and do? Guess they're yellow. They're in the yellow grasslands. They're also poopy. So what does a poopy Rue get for flowers? Well, glow buttons are how we bracket all of the flowers. Do we do yellow? We can do yellow and white. These are what? Red and pink. Mostly a little bit of green. This is like rainbow colors, so... I don't... Well, like, they're also the lighter color Rue. So maybe white flowers would work. There's so much poop. guys have only existed here for like a single day and there's poop everywhere. I'm so not impressed with your poop. Yeah, let's do yellow. And maybe these ones. And maybe a little bit of white. Whatever. That's just one less bush. Guess we could replace it with the hibiscus. Yeah, there's one little flower section. Gonna go finish up work before leaving early. Okie dokie, Todd. Good luck with your work. Hopefully you're able to finish up what you need to finish up. Happy time zone to you as well. Let's do a little bit of this on the exterior. So much poo. Yeah, why not? Maybe we do another one over here. And here. Then we can do like here and there. Right. We got 3 little patches of flower. More poo. think we're gonna do one on the back side of this mountain and then one on the front side of this mountain, maybe. So like here, here, here. This will be a big section of them. Maybe we do like a paradise, paradise, paradise. A little horseshoe of flowers. So a lot of this is going to be that yellow grass. Maybe we extend it out a little bit. Maybe this is just a gigantic flowery area. My friend had an idea to position scarecrows carefully and then lay traps around my crops to catch jackaroo that wander close for resources. Does the scarecrow scare jackaroo? Or is it only birds? I don't know, honestly. Maybe these should just be a little bit more spread out. I don't like the harsh edges that I was getting here. I don't know. Jackaroo were eating my wheat, so I repositioned the scarecrows. It's been so long since I farmed, I have no idea. It would be pretty interesting though if jackaroo did eat food. Like I don't even remember seeing that, but I believe you that was happening. Alright. I think that's good enough for flowers for the jackaroo pen. We got a nice solid 23 poo from that. The wiki says deter birds and roos. Alright. I believe it. I don't remember ever seeing roos eat stuff, but I mean, that doesn't mean that they didn't. Just means I never saw it, you know? I think I am going to put some glow-in-the-dark mushrooms in the water. Just to give it that, little bit of an extra it's a bits, whatever that means. Cause I figure if they're gonna be pooping everywhere, mushrooms grow, right? One boldly ate my wheat in front of me. I won't do that again. I like your adamant way of deterring them. Maybe we just do a couple of glow shrooms. Maybe we leave it ungrassed. So that's way it's like, that's an area where, like, you know, should I put mud there? That would actually make it more sensical. Give me this mud. So it's like a pile of rupoo where the mushrooms are growing out of. If you put mud on top of grass, it'll destroy the mud. So that's why I had to go pick the dirt up beforehand. Oh yeah, that looks like mushroom poo. I'm pleased with this decision. Do I have another Rui Pooey area? Yeah, right over here. How can you tell mushroom poo? Because I put mud there. I'm not even sure if all mushrooms grow in poo. I know they definitely enjoy the extra nutrition, but there's probably different mushrooms that do that, have different growth requirements. I like that though. It like gives a nice little circle around the poo or the mud. I was thinking you meant burying poo would spread mushrooms in game. Oh no. That would be a cool mechanic. Sort of like how these desert roses You can get them from putting a flower bed on top of bones. That'd be cool if that was a way to get like a new variety of mushrooms. Maybe mushrooms that don't like glow in the dark, like just white versions or something. I like where you're thinking though. Yeah, maybe more edible mushrooms. I don't think there's edible. Well, I'm pretty sure you can eat these glowing ones. Yeah, they lower your stamina and increase your health, which is a weird. I think is the only food that does that. Because there's the cactus that increase your stamina and lower your health, so it's like an anti-cactus. It would be cool if you started to glow. I agree. How'd you get poo out of the pen? I think we're gonna hold off on putting flowers around these pens as of yet. I think I have some other stuff I need to do there first. There are so many sharks. Alright, well, we're definitely not doing yellow for the turkeys. They got little red heads, right? Bloop, 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 bloop. Dooka, 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 dooka. Are there any eggs? No eggs. So what are we gonna do with these guys? Red flowers and maybe pink flowers? That's purple. Definitely not blue. How purple is purple, or is that more pinky? I guess the jackaroo could give a little bit of red. And the butterfly orchids are sort of whitish pinkish. Maybe we swap those for those. And maybe add the purple ones just for a contrasty aspect. Man, this is super wooded. I feel like I might have overdone the trees for these guys. How would the flowers even look if I glowed up this area? Can you even tell from exterior? Barely. Yeah, I think I overdid it. Oh, it's 8 o'clock already. What in the world? Oh. I've held down so often that I always forget that there are stumps left over. I think that works. Probably need more eggs from the wary moo to sort of sprinkle throughout this area. I'm not sure if I want this in here. I'm gonna put we will probably put something over here. Let's drop off some of this stuff so that way my inventory is a little bit less full. It really does reduce the lighting, but I think if I put one of the little garden lights back there, it'll be better. Oh, bye, Crummy. Yeah, there's so many trees. Really overdid it with the trees. You alright, Crummy? He just puked. 1 second. Crummy. What day is it? February 21st at 1:30. Yeah, poor Crumb. Ever since we lost Frankie Key, I've been extra, like, sensitive to Crummy. I worry for the little man, and I don't want him, you know. Don't want to lose the little guy. He's like the backbone of our house right now. Last thing I want is for the little guy to go away. I will do anything possible in my power to help him survive. Thank you. He's a good boy, so there's not like anything super worried to worry about. I'm just very sensitive about it. Alrighty. You guys, you turkeys, you guys have some of the most flowery area yet. And we have to do some more flowery area to this. I already have some. No, I didn't flower this area up. Okay. So the Wary Moon need to get flowers too. They have some flowers from like the exterior for this side. I did a white and yellow theme mostly for this area. These common heaths grow on fir grass. So that's part of my continued work in this area, is that I'm going to have to pick them up every now and then. I guess technically I don't have to, because they will just go away from one season to the next, but... Three more days of harvesting submersed crops. Healthy crops so far. And you haven't watered any of them? Interesting. Depending on the crop, you might just be running into that it doesn't need to be watered to grow. Like this whole area, I didn't water at all. And all of the crops are full grown. It did take forever for it to grow because it was basically only being watered for when it rained. Submersed wheat and sugarcane. Yeah. So you might be running into the fact that it'll grow eventually, but it grows much slower. Like wheat and sugarcane, because they last all season, you can have it be like multiple seasons before they grow. Maybe another controlled experiment would be make two patches, like one 9x9 or one 3x3, something like that, where you water those areas and not the other areas and see if they grow faster or slower. They might need water to grow faster, but wheat and sugarcane I think will grow no matter what over time. And every time it rains, it'll water them and they might get a little spurt of rain. I don't know the exact details though, if it's like it requires being watered to grow at all, or if it's just like it takes twice as long otherwise. Yeah, that's one of those things with experiments, is that it's very easy to do a different experiment than you mean. You know what I mean? Like one person is meaning one type of experiment, another person is meaning a different type of experiment, but you're using similar words to describe both experiments. Plants only grow on days they are watered, but you're right, rain counts as watering. Okay. Yeah, so if it rains at any point in the day, it might be like complicating the experiment that Half Beep is doing. And I don't think you really can have control over it. It's not like you can plant stuff underneath something to make sure that it doesn't rain on it. Haha, second spec shirt. Let's go. We'll do a different controlled experiment. Okay, sounds good. I mean, either way, it's going to be a cool experiment, so I'm pleased with either outcome. Ikenda. There we go. I need to work on this area. I put this thing down so long ago and just forgot about it. Cutting through. All right. I think A, we're gonna sleep, but B, I think we're going to do purple, blue, and white flowers. For the other area that we're working on. I think that's the coloration that we're going to do for the Wary Moon area. And I am getting a little hungry, so I'm going to go get a quick snack. So, BRB. Alrighty, I'm back. Took a little bit longer because Doggo needed to go outside. Not that she did anything. Just very adamant about going outside for a moment. Doggo. So strange. Feeling better, Crumb Crumb? You got some food as well when I was getting snackers. He was like, yeah, I overheated a bit. Thank you, Halfbeat. Welcome back, Ataris. Atares. Let us see, let us see. I guess I should go talk to the NPCs. Make sure they're all happy. That conversation with Rain reminded me. There used to be a way to tell, like, how the commerce of the world was, like how much you're buying stuff, how much they're buying stuff, I guess. I wonder if they'll bring that back and have like how populated your world is with trees or flowers and stuff. In Poland, it's 8 o'clock. How about America? It just turned like 1:30-ish. Another Alpha Croc. Oh, right next to the other dude. Interesting. We might be able to get 2 crocs in one little area. Well, we have a new goal today, chat. Yeah, that would be cool info to like know how much, like how many stars your world is or something like that. I think other games have that. It used to be, I think it was this book right here. I'm not sure if that's a Animal Crossing thing or if it's another game. Animal Crossing has that? Yeah. I remember seeing like stars for worlds as they like they grade the decorating or like how much like production items you have. Oh, Clover. What are you hiding? Yui? No eating your feetsies. She's like, but I pits in bowl. My feetsies itch. Tin bar, old keys. Okie dokie. It's a little windy, but it's a lovely day. We actually did that experiment at one point where I dragged a crocodile through, oh, Sally's not here. I think it was the yearly party where you get the, what was it, the snad? Something like that. Where are you hiding, Sally? Sally, you're avoiding work. Where are you hiding? I think every stream, there's at least one day where Sally's like, yeah, I'm not working today. I'm just slacker. Bruh. Alright. Grab a furnace. I don't think we need any more shovels. And I think we're good on... mining passes and such. Erwin. Where did you go, buddy? Oh, you're right in front of me. Just staring at a pleep. Need text. Oh, I grabbed all the poo. Well. Not making fertilizer today. It's something that I'm going to change around eventually. Theo. How do you categorize and like organize stuff if you don't touch any of it? I don't think I quite understand you, Theo. You're the strangest of our NPCs. Yeah, let's go put some flowers down in our Wary Moo area. Probably gonna need the battle shovel because these guys are little jerks. That's really interesting. I thought you fell through these little ones, but it looks like you can walk on them. No, maybe you can't. I don't know. I'm just gonna end up killing you. Oh gosh. Here's the other guy. Isn't there a third one of you? Should be what? 4 nests total? 5? Oh no. Do you guys not respawn because you're inside the fence? Oh, that would be disappointing. That would mean I just wiped out this population of Wary Moo. Whatever. Can always catch for more of you guys. If I really care. Yeah, maybe we'll have a little bit of green there. Thinking that the entire conversation started with me going to random streams and saying, while lady slay, Kazanika Kamsky, whatever, however you say that. I probably butchered that dude's name. Yeah, I'm sure you probably get a lot of people that are just like English in chat and that's all they say. It's pretty crazy how sometimes you can say one thing and get so many different results from that same thing. It's one of the strange things about streamers. Everybody's a little different how they do their chat. No right or wrong way. Just a way. I think I want these a little bit more spread out. That was a pretty crazy conversation we had. It made me think about like how to explain the American political system, or like how the American legal system works. I haven't thought about that since high school. Had a guy who was like, "I'm going to find your house and leak your address." Oh geez, that's a heck of a thing to say. And in the background there was his friend who was like, "How do I ban him?" Yeah, man, people overreact about some of the strangest things sometimes. It's their stream, you know. They can do what they want with it. I understand some people have like zero tolerance for that type, for like any type of politics in their chat, which is understandable. I mean, it's real easy to get yourself into some squirrely situations that you don't understand, or you know, into might make somebody angry or make somebody feel a certain way. And when you're trying to make your stream like be a thing, you know, like you want to live off of it, make enough money to support yourself. People get very touchy about that stuff. You're messing with my money. And I'm just like, yeah, sure, whatever. Like, I mainly just want English in chat just so that I know what's going on, you know? I don't want to be in a situation where somebody's, like, being aggressive and yelling at people and I have no idea what's going on. That's my main concern. Not quite sure I understand where, like, I'm gonna find you and leak your address comes from, though. That's some serious overreacting. Doxing is a very serious thing in my book. There are people that have been straight up, like, shot in America over less. Like, we had something like just a few months ago where police had the wrong location, but because of whatever raid that they were doing, they like slammed open the door and threw a flashbang in and ended up flashbanging a little baby. Like, and that's like, nobody instigated that. That's just them being like turd balls. Imagine somebody like specifically saying like, oh, this house has X, Y, and Z going on with it. And someone docks you from stream. Stuff can get crazy. I think that's a good amount of flowers. Do we need a flower maybe up front here? Yeah. Your country is a weird example of why modern doesn't always equal better. Yeah, I agree. I agree. It's definitely a weird place to live. There are times where I feel like it's like the best place and also the worst place. Like, I feel like it's a little ridiculous that we are so afraid of our own police force. And like, depending on your background, you know, whatever shade of skin color you might have due to circumstances of your birth has no bearing on you yourself. Can dramatically affect how you're treated. That's just that is out of control. It's that type of stuff that really upsets me. And I've seen it happen, like for some of the dumbest reasons, man. Alrighty, I think we're good on flowers. Our Wary Moo area, our turkeys are flowered. Whoa. Maybe we just put a couple of flowers around here. In Poland, for example, an 11-year-old kid can safely go to school alone using public transport. Yeah, and in most of America, that's true too. There's just some spots where it's definitely not true. Hey, there's the trap I've been looking for. Like in my area, when I was 11 to like 13, whenever there was super, super hot days and they had like heat warnings and stuff, you could ride the bus for free. And I was one of those kids when I was younger that was like, hell yeah, let's ride the bus. And we rode the bus all over the place. You know, we went, you know, for a 3-hour ride down to the mall, hung out there for a little bit, and took a 3-hour ride back. I was safe. There was no problems. Sure freaked out my parents a little bit when I got back, and they're like, "What the hell did you do?" And I was like, "Ah, you know, I went to the mall." And they were like, "What?" But there wasn't any issues, you know, nobody gave us any problems or threatened our safety. I'm not sure if that's still the thing nowadays. I would hope it is, but I mean, I've even seen when I was younger, people going on like flights to Europe all by themselves when they were in like 6th, 7th grade. So I definitely think it's a possibility in most places. It's just there's a lot of very specific aspects and specific locations where it's not okay. In my country, discrimination is a big problem too, but 95% our people are pure Polish, and most of the rest are Ukrainian, are mostly the same ethnicity as us. Yeah. That's one of those things that has a good and bad aspect to it, you know? Like, I'm so used to seeing people of all different shades of whatever and from all different backgrounds. Like, I don't second guess or second really anything, you know? Like, I don't really think about it when I see somebody of a different background from me. Whether their nose is bigger, smaller, you know, their hair's whatever, or different. Like, it makes no difference to me. I'm so used to it, I don't really care. But in some countries, that's a huge thing. Like similar where you said 95% of the people are all like sort of one background. That's like in some countries, it's even more extreme. Like there's like you go miles and you don't see anybody that looks different. Well, relative difference, you know. But because of that, there's also a lot of problems that they run into. Like people say some really effed up stuff like it's not a big problem or it's like just some normal thing. And it's like, no, like that's really racist or that's really this. But because, you know, their country is 90 to 95 to 99% some way, they don't even think anything of it. They're just like, oh, I just said a word, it's fine. It's like, no, it's not fine, dude. Yeah, the one that I always think of is, 'cause I have a lot of friends that have gone to Japan. They have a very, very, very small minority group in Japan. Most people are Japanese, you know, or some Asian background, so they look close enough that it's not a big deal. And there's a lot of effed up things that some of my friends had to deal with there. And they were just like, why is it like this? Like, Japan is not a country that should have this type of problem. It's just like they don't have experience. You know? It is what it is sometimes. You wouldn't really think, but it happens. I'm a tolerant person, but when I see somebody of a different race, it's kind of odd. And it's like seeing somebody in a fursuit. Yeah, I can sort of understand that. for me, I'm actually even used to seeing fursuits. Like, it's not a big deal for me. Like, I'm so used. I used to go to these things. Have you ever heard of Burning Man? Um, they have local versions of them around, and I used to go to those, and they're very, very, very big into inclusivity and like treating everybody just like they're your neighbor. Um, and because of that, you know, people like furries or whatever that might have a certain predisposition to getting, you know, messed with or talked about in a way, they would be just, you know, normal people in our group. And I got so used to it that I don't even think much of it. And like, it's literally just like not even a thought. I'm like, oh yes, someone's on a tail, whatever. And it's just more of like a recognition that like, oh, don't go grabbing that tail. Like, don't go accidentally stepping on it. But like, I remember at one point I was down in Florida and I saw somebody like walking around in like a furry suit, and my dad said some stuff and I was just like, that's not cool, bro. And he was like, what do you mean it's not cool? And I was like, that's actually really mean. Don't say that stuff. He's like, oh, I had no idea. And I'm like, yeah, 'cause you don't run into that type of stuff. You don't know. But I sort of gave him a little bit of a hard time, so he realized his mistake. And that's sort of one of those things that you have to do every now and then. I feel like it shouldn't, like, but what can you do? If you've never experienced somebody, you might not know that the term that you use is actually extremely terrible of a term. I have a furry friend. He told me what gore is and where to find it. Oh, yeah. That's one of those things when you're in a kink or like a crevice of society. You might run into stuff that other people would have no idea about. What's that term? Like Rule 54 or something like that? 52, some number like that. Basically the idea that like anything can be turned into porn in some way. Ugh. Ugh. There's some weird stuff on the internet, man. Boop. I had a similar talk on that a couple months ago, that saying certain words was racially offensive to my ethnicity, and that person kept refuting and saying it's not offensive. Rule 34, if it exists, there's porn of it. Yeah, that's the rule. I don't run into that often, so it's not something I'm too familiar with, but I know it exists. Yeah, it's crazy how sheltered certain societies or certain groups of people can be. You know, like the elderly, like once you're like 80 years old and you stay at home, you can't really go many places. Next thing you know, you're completely out of touch with like what is good and what is right and what is wrong with what you can say. My grandparents had that problem all the time. Like, I remember when I was a kid, like I grew up, my best friend was African American. So like I knew pretty early on what was offensive for that group and like what you can and can't say. And I remember one of the first times I saw my great grandmother, the first thing she said when she saw my best friend was like, "Oh, look, you got a little N friend." And I was like, "What the Like, it just blew my mind that they would just say that, like, so off the cuff. I was like, and like my mom and dad, it was like, oh fuck, it was a thing. They were just like, you can't say that, grandmother. And I'm just like, that's really bad. And my friend was like, I'm going home. I can't handle this. It's just one of those things that, you know, it's more you're going to run into sometimes. You know what the first transaction on the internet was? I was probably buying somebody or something crazy. I don't. I know the first thing on the phone, I think, was like a hello or something. I don't know what the first transaction was. They sold marijuana between students from Stanford and some other university. I could see that. That's pretty funny. That does make sense, though. You got a way to communicate about something that you can't communicate normally, and you know no one's going to be able to know how to, like, interpret that. Of course, you're going to sell something illegal first. Freaking stink crocs. Maybe I can get these guys to come over here. Ow. I don't want them too close over here because then they'll start damaging these guys. If it was legal, why not just use mail or meat? Yeah, exactly. But once it becomes illegal, now you gotta find all these squirrely ways to do stuff. Ow. How do you think they're making that? Are they shaking the mushrooms on their back, or are they like that one giant fart? Alright, I think that's good enough. But I kind of think the tolerance that you have in different races, sexualities, and genders, you kind of like that. Yeah, because Poland is strictly Catholic country, so gay marriage is illegal here. Ooh. Ooh, I didn't know that. It's straight up illegal? Ooh, that's rough. Man, that's some effed up stuff. Who you love and what you do behind closed doors should not be a part of any legal system. That's real rough. There's a lot of countries that have that as an illegal thing, and like, just for argument's sake, I sorta understand where they're coming from. Like, humans need to repopulate themselves, otherwise there is a legitimate problem. You know, we'll eventually almost go extinct in like an extreme way. But I also think that there's billions of us. Billions. Like, it's okay if 25% of us just say, I'm out of this system. I don't want to reproduce, you know? I just want to go with the thing that I love. Like, I understand, like, if it was something like, I don't know, an actual, like, problem where, like, every single person on the planet chose to not procreate anymore, like, I can understand where that becomes a problem, like, for the future of our species. But either way, I still feel like my personal belief is that even if that was the case, so be it. If there's something that changes in us as an entire society that makes it so that, you know, we become, you know, asexual or whatever and stop reproducing, maybe that's the way nature wants it to be. Maybe that this parasite is made to be, you know, off the planet. Maybe that's a little bit of an extreme view, but I just feel like the legal system definitely has no right to be involved in that. Oh, they can do it. It's not like they get like straight up like arrested for it, but it's just formally they won't be. Yeah, I feel like that's some BS. It's just some words. Like me and my wife, we got married not because like we felt that marriage was what we had to do, because legally it helped us get health insurance better. Like, you know, we were getting to that age where we were falling off of our parents' insurance, and we both had jobs, and it made sense that one of us grouped together the health insurance. But you can't do that without being legally married. And I think that's one of the biggest problems with keeping gay marriage illegal, is that that removes a lot of lineage and legal things that you have to do as an adult. You know, like, what happens if somebody gets into an accident? You know, for whatever reason they're coming home, and now and say that like all of their parents are already gone, they're older in age. Like, now the person that you've spent 20, 30 years that should be like the person that decides what happens to all your stuff and knows you the best and should be making decisions on whatever problems is going on because you got into this accident, now is left up to the state. Yeah, I just feel like that's not right. But I do know what you mean. If you don't need health insurance, that removes that aspect. But there's definitely other things that it affects, and I think is messed up. Because the reality of it is that it's not hurting anybody. There's no reason for that. They just keep their nose out of that business. And I guess there's also the idea that you're supposed to have, like, what's it, instead of calling it marriage, you call it, like I don't know, your significant other, I don't know. There's some other term for it that they've argued is like the better way of doing it. And I feel like it's just all semantics. We're all arguing some BS that doesn't really matter. Like whether the word is marriage or if the word is something else. Like the fundamental cause and you binding yourself to another person should still be fine. It should be a completely not government involved situation. Up. I don't want these guys to die. Warski, Partinski. Alright, I might have to wait for tomorrow to do this more because I don't want these guys killing each other. But for example, if you're married, you can refuse witness against your other half. Yeah, in court. Exactly. Like, you can't incriminate your other half. And there's like those types of things that they're just not able to do anymore because of some stupid system. Now they get too into the weeds of that stuff, but it just, I don't know. I don't know why anybody would stop another person from just having a small little bit of happiness about stuff, you know? Like, let it be. I have a lot of friends that have gone to specific states just to get that marriage thing. And it seems like such an inconvenience for them. Legally, you can't do that. Another one of those, I don't know why you feel like you should be involved. Still testing. Submersed crops, normal wheat stopped growing after 3 days remaining, so it grew for 6 days. The sugarcane stopped at 6 days remaining, so it grew for 6 days. Cutting both of these crop yielded no crops as the plants weren't mature. The seasonal tomato stopped at 8 days remaining, so stopped growing at 3 days. I don't know if the plants are stopped or slowed growing, but I'm guessing stopped. So far, submersed farming might only work for appearance, but not crops. Still testing. The testing of control group of dry and submersed is still in progress to see growth rates. Good work, Half Beat. I like where you're going with that. I'm sure somebody is going to want to know some of that information. Oh, damn it. I don't know if this info is helpful or already known. It might be known to some people, or it might be like told to be such a way. Oh, jeez. This is not working the way I want it to. This would be a great moment where the ninja outfit could make it so that, like, these animals just don't see you. See if I can draw them away. I've got a bunch of lovely lizards. They go chomp, chomp, chomp. Chomp, chomp, chomp. Alright, well, at least I got that replanted. There we go. Ow, get across this. My parents told me that when I was young, I was like super racist. Yeah, that's really common for kids. I don't know why, but a lot of kids like straight up don't understand certain things like that. But I've heard that as a thing. I feel like it's probably one of those like you saw somebody that you looked up to when you were young and it just happened to be, you know, a questionable individual. And you ended up learning words that you probably shouldn't have known. Or it's more of a just like you're a kid and you don't know what's, you know, right or wrong to say. And you're just like, why is that person like this? And why am I like this? Why is, you know, my sister this way? And why am I like this? Like you're just trying to learn your environment. I feel like there's less negative intention from kids. Even though, you know, kids definitely have that problem. I've definitely been on the receiving end of that. Like I have long hair. So, I've had times where like I'm at some family event with a girlfriend while I was in high school or something. And one of the kids is just like, he'll come right up to me and look at me and be like, "Are you a girl?" And it's like, "No, I'm a dude. I just have long hair." "But girls have long hair." "No. Do you see me being a guy with facial hair and long hair? Obviously, that's not true." They were snapping their jaws to the beat for a bit. I didn't even notice that. I was just trying to keep myself alive. Have you ever read The Hobbit? Yes, I have. I liked The Hobbit. I'm not sure if I liked Lord of the Rings as much. I didn't read Lord of the Rings, but I did watch some of the movie, which is probably not anywhere close to the same thing. You have a long hair and a beard too? Yeah, and you'll probably run into it at one point when you run into a kid and they're just like, "Are you a girl?" And their parents will be all like, "Oh my god, I can't believe this is happening." And just don't take it offensively. Just kids learning about their environment. In Poland, if you have long hair. Oh, really? I feel like that's sad. 'Cause that's totally not true. Like, the way you look has no bearing on you yourself. I don't even know why everybody's so bent out of shape about genders either. It's such a big nothing burger to be upset about. We got real freaking problems in the world. What does it matter if this person is a he, she, they? How is it affecting you? Oh, it's not affecting you? Then maybe you should get over it. That's just my understanding of it, you know? What's my favorite outfit? Comfortable sweatpants and probably a long sleeve shirt. And maybe if I was to specify a shirt, It's probably one of my Pokemon shirts. I've got like 4 or 5 Pokemon shirts that are like really old that you can't find anymore. Yeah, I get that from adults, really. Yeah, I get it too sometimes. It makes me sad because it just shows like how sheltered that individual was. Like, man, you're missing out on life. Like, there is so much in this world. So many amazing people, and you're just gonna F it all up over some stupid thing that you don't understand. And I think that's the worst part, is that there's so many cool people out there, and if you just ignore that aspect, like, it'll unlock an entire new group of amazing people that you have no idea about. And I find that so fascinating, you know, learning about people and different backgrounds. Couldn't imagine limiting myself on something so dumb. Especially when it has no effect on me. I can understand being like bent out of shape because, like, you know, someone's like big into guns. Like, yeah, I understand. Like, guns literally hurt people. Like, you can have feelings about guns. I can understand those feelings. That is a justifiable understanding. People get hurt because of that. But what I do inside my bedroom, what the does that have to do with you? Testing result update. Did you get some new info? You're training archery? That's pretty cool. That's a mostly wouldn't say dead, but not a very used thing that people have as a skill anymore. In the Billabong, submersed crops are at wheat mature in 1 day. Sugarcane matured in 4 days. Both of these were planted before the other test results, which map shows them as in ocean. Many people tell you that it's not a real sport. Yeah, I wouldn't let anybody tell you anything. If it involves you getting up and moving around, it can be as much of a sport as you want it to be. And some things, even like chess, can be considered a sport, even though you're not getting up and moving around. I don't know if submersed is maybe slower or not, and not halted, or if water types makes a difference. I don't know. You are juggling a lot of variables, so you might, it might be getting a little bit confusing in some aspects. Hard to differentiate causality versus just like correlation. That can be very hard to deal with at times. I don't consider archery a girl sport. Not at all. I find it as a very big hand-eye coordination thing. So I have a tough time seeing that as gender specific. See it more so as a concentration and a practice skill. I definitely don't see it as a gender aspect. I think these might change every day. I don't know. So I could have sworn there was a skull and a rib cage for every single one of these. Now I'm starting to think I'm losing my mind because some of these are turning into just 2 rib cages. And I'm almost positive I made sure each one of these was a head, like a skull and a rib cage, not just 2 rib cages. That bugs me. It has a lot of females in your area. Interesting. It might just be a local thing. It's one of those biases you might not even know you have, is that it's a certain way locally, but it's not a thing internationally. Because there's a lot of times, like, hockey can be really popular in certain areas, and it can be so popular that, like, every gender, every, you know, whatever, ends up playing it. But if you go to another place, like, nobody plays hockey, so they consider it like a sissy sport. Not that it is, it's just, you know. Some locations are more predispositioned to having certain understandings of things. I'll definitely keep an open mind. The worst thing you can do in your life is to close your mind off. A lot of the times, nothing is as it seems. But it's still wonderful. I even went to a couple competitions. Yeah, I think it's pretty cool. I think archery's a pretty cool sport. If you're real skilled into it, I would find that impressive. Doesn't matter what your background is or your gender to me. Cool shiz is cool shiz, you know? I'll have a think. I'll have of a good test. I was looking at the map to see what the water types are classified as. The big crop used to be in an ocean lagoon, but I closed off and filled in, and the Billabong was connected to bushlands. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I did a head and skull. I think something changes maybe daily or something. I definitely feel like I'm losing my mind a little bit with that though. Because you made it a point on some to have the skull more elevated. Yeah, exactly. And next Sunday I'm going to Radsman for another one. That's pretty cool. Archery is cool, I agree, Halfbeat. Neat that the bones changed even if fenced in. Yeah, it makes me think that maybe it's related to like say I log out here. Maybe the map is based on like a certain generation of near my location. Or maybe it's just random. Maybe they change every day. I don't know. Yes, you did the head and skull, and they do change. Awesome. Thank you, Nancy. Oh, I actually pronounced that right? Radsman. I'm actually very proud of that. I'm terrible at pronouncing things, so let's go. Woohoo! That's weird that they would change. Huh. That also makes sense a little bit on why I've always been confused when I go to like doggo dens or bush devil dens. I expect to see like certain things and then they'll change, so I feel like I'm less losing my mind in that aspect now at least. All right. I think we've gotten a lot of flowers done. I think our zoo is mostly finished. Hey, welcome home.
Okay,
How you do?
good. I remembered to call the vet.
Thank you.
You want me to call back? They're gonna try to fit him in either tomorrow or the next day.
Why so quickly? We don't need it to be that quick.
Because either that or we wait 6 weeks. Unless you want to go at 7:30 tonight.
No.
That's what I said. So call back tomorrow, and then sometimes you can fit in the same day. So if they can't put us in the same day tomorrow, call Friday morning. If they can put us in Friday.
Gotcha. Well, it's a lot quicker than I thought it would be. I figured it would be like, 3-4 weeks from now.
Well, that's right. She was like, I could just make a normal appointment, but something like that, if you really wanted to be out all in the morning, let's try to fit it in that day.
That's nice of them to even consider doing that. If your bush devils start planting flowers, they might be showing you their nicer side. It was a struggle to plant them, man. Little jerks. Oh, I need to replace my wary moo. I forgot about that. I bet you tomorrow they're all gonna be gone. Oh, it's gonna be a bummer. It means I need to go. At least I marked some of their nests. Like we got. Well, I guess I don't need that marked anymore because that's where the wary moo stuff is. But there's these guys, these guys, these guys. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Yeah, all right. Before we sleep, let's go stuff this guy in a pen. I bet you can't pronounce the capital city named Warsaw? I think that's how you say it. You're probably right there. There's probably some inflection or like tongue roll or something that I'm not doing right. Yeah, there's, I need eggs for my turkey area. The Polish version. I've never heard a Polish person say their capital place. I've always heard it on like American news as like Warsaw. That would make sense that that would be wrong. Ow, ow. Where'd you go, buddy? Okay, good. They don't hurt each other at least. Can I get 2 of these guys into one cage? Ow. Ow. Oh no. I messed up. Chat, I messed up. Let me get this. Haha. That was way harder. You say it like Warsaw. Warsaw? I feel like that's like a Star Wars type thing. Warshawa. Tough, tough fight, especially at night. Yeah, I agree. I'm really surprised that that worked out. I'm surprised these guys even allowed me to do that. I figured there would be some like weird situation where they'd like go back to some spawn point or something. You give accent on every single letter. Really? Warszawa. Polish is probably one of the few languages I've heard like almost very, very rarely. Like I would say like it's probably the least heard language I've definitely like I don't even think I've really heard many Ukrainians speak. A lot of Eastern Europe is sort of like underrepresented in American news. Never quite understood why. I guess it's because it's not like in NATO. And like because Russia's so against those countries becoming a part of NATO, like we just sort of ignore its existence. It's a little left up. You know, we're all part of the same planet. Nice, got 3 eggs. Warszawa. The extra A at the end feels weird. A third of the alphabet is used only in Polish. With all the like accents on different things. I guess that sort of makes sense. Poland is in NATO? Isn't that more recent? I might be wrong about that. I'm not a NATO expert. It's not something I've really paid attention to. Which I probably should, you know, it's super important. Yeah, joined in 1980 something. Yeah, so it's... So I'm still wrong. Like, it's still, you know, in NATO, and I should have known that. It's hard to think of that type of stuff, though, because, like... Or, like, keep track of it, because it's not used in day-to-day conversations. That egg just vanished. I might have put that in the wrong spot. Because I want to sort of have it peek out a little bit. Joe Biden is inviting our president and prime minister for an anniversary. Joe Biden. He's such... I've heard so many versions of his name said in funny ways. Why is this so hard for me? So I need to be like there? Nah, close enough. And it's a big deal in Poland. I mean, that makes sense. Hobidon. These are regular grass seeds, yeah. It's funny how some countries, their interactions are like super important. Like how like a lot of people will some countries will consider like any American interaction important. And then there's other times where they'll find like, you know, Russia or Japan to be the more important version. So crazy how people pick sides on that jazz. It's like, last time I checked, we all bleed red and are all pink on the inside. We should all care about each other. I think that brings me up to 10. And I probably want like 20 of these total. At most. Maybe 15's all I would need. It's because our prime minister and president hate each other. Ah, I see. I would have never known that. Pretty crazy how that can happen, though. Alright, I think we should probably repopulate our wary moo tomorrow. I probably need to grab some grass and fill in some of the areas I didn't fill in earlier. The fir grass, tropical grass, and regular grass. And this will probably be the last Dinkum day we got for stream. I have been streaming for 7 hours. So, I'm trying to do like an 8-hour stream, and one more day will probably get us pretty much there. Hey, Crummy. Come on up. He's like, no, I want dinner. Yeah, I feel you, Crumb. That snack I got earlier is not quite enough for me right now. These things have been cooking, I think, all since yesterday. I feel like they're bugged out or something. Can I put coffee in them? That would answer my question if they're bugged out or not. This is a visual bug. Yep, they're just visually bugged. Because I wasn't sure if they were just going to keep spitting out coffee or something. Warshava? Warshava. Guess that sort of makes sense, because like a lot of countries don't pronounce W's the way that Americans pronounce them. Like usually a W is more of just like an extended V, I believe. That's why W isn't even in some languages. Just throw 2 V's at it, call it a day. Franklin. Where is Rain? Usually when I can't find her, she's hanging out, Either over here or down here. And I don't know where she went. If you ever knew a Polish girl, I bet all my money her name would end with an A. Is there a... These two poor little creatures have probably been underneath here this whole time. Look at this stink pile he's created. Poor guys. Just stuck underneath the bridge. That's sort of like how, for Spanish, like, they have gendered aspects to their language where, like, you can say, like, the same thing, and based on if there's an A or, like, an O or whatever at the end, depends on if it's, like, that gender. Definitely, why not? Fun fact, all female Polish names end with an A. It's interesting. I feel like that's one of those things that won't be like that forever. Maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like having that as like a guaranteed thing is sort of like an old-fashioned type thing. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's just like a cultural thing that'll always be. No flippin' way. That is the most alpha anything I have seen all in one spot. Well, there's our 3 alpha crocs. All 3 of them on the same map at once. 0 days remaining, 1 day remaining, and 3 days remaining. Wow. Every day we get a new alpha croc. There are so many letters in that I have no idea how to pronounce. You got E's with little like little goatees on the bottom, L's with little dashes in them, Z's with little squiggles. I'm sure that's probably not even how they're supposed to show up. They're probably supposed to show up differently, but because my like computer doesn't actually have Polish installed. I'm guessing that's a list of names or something. A wall of stuff that I have no idea what to say. Hopefully it's nothing bad. And that's one of those things where, like, I understand why some people will, like, you know, ban people over that type of stuff because they have no idea what you're saying. You could have some crazy thing going on, but we've been talking enough today, so I'll give you a benefit of the doubt. That's how you say play. In different forms. That's crazy. So you guys have like like 100 different conjugations to the same word. Holy moly. All of that could be translated to play. That is absolutely insane. That's what it reminds me how in like Japanese and Chinese, a lot of their kanji and like complicated symbols are like an amalgamation of other symbols. So like you can say like volcano like 20 different ways. Or maybe it's all the same pronunciation, but they have like 20 different ways of writing it. Oh, you're closed Tuesdays. I waited around just in case. Oops. Hi, Peaceful Moo. What you got for me, Sheila? Melvin, get back here. You're hoofing it. Need text. Great combo. Sheila, Sheila, Sheila. I think the in-game terminology on why that exists is because diggos. Sally. Did you straight vanish off the face of the planet? What happened? Oh no. She's having an existential moment. Staring at the water. Oh jeez. Is your neck alright, girl? Aww. Now I understand why she's not working. She's having a sad moment. Touche, girl. Touche. Bump, 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 bump. I guess we go bother Erwin. Today is a national day of native leagues. That's interesting. Maybe we just bring something I know I have enough of. You don't open till what, 11? Yeah. For a moment I thought she was opening up early. I was like, wait, that doesn't make any sense. You never do such things. I guess I should probably wait around. Where are you at, Erwin? Last time he was right in front of me and I didn't know where he was. In theory, he should be running back because it's time for him to open up. Maybe he's already hiding inside. Nope. Dude, I want to buy your bucket. There you are. Where were you? Where were you, slacker? You hanging out in a cornfield again? Or in the wheat field? Looks like you had a rough night. Did you not get any sleep last night? Is the humble inventory item. I guess I'm supposed to have a bug in my inventory for him to talk about. I'm sorry I'm such a disappointment, Erwin. Theo, have you heard of inventory item bug? It's the best bug. Alright, so... You know, I might be able to drag him all the way up here. When I'm writing, I kind of feel like I'm interrupting the stream, but when I don't, it becomes kind of boring. Yeah, understandable. I'm not exactly the most, like, upbeat stream. Especially after 7 hours of playing the game. A lot of it is about just the content of the world and the progress that we make. Some people use it as an inspiration. Some people like it just as like having it as a background sound. What is the lore of the game? So the lore of the game is that there's a big city called South City that is sort of like dreary and boring, and everybody's like living in a gray world almost. And let's see if I can get this guy all the way back. And Fletch invited me out to the Outback to start a new town. Something that I think is sort of based on her father, who has a journal of like a bunch of tasks and milestones he wants to do. But Fletch has gotten too old to do it herself, so she invites you to come out and help her. And you set up a tent out in, like, you know, the bushland, the outback. And sort of from there, she has a friend named John come and visit, and you start slowly building up a town. Ooh, this might not be a good idea. I don't want him killing anything. Oh, yep, that's a bad idea. You're coming this way, bud. And from there, it's all about you, Fletch, and the people that come and visit, how you try to get them to, you try to befriend them and have them move into your town. What you all upset about, Crummy? Why are there teleporters? I think for convenience. I haven't heard a good reason on why teleporters exist. The game is still in early access, so a lot of the lore is sort of based on you talking to like some of the people in the game, but that doesn't mean that the lore is finalized. It's sort of just like a thing per se. Gator boy. Like what sense does Alpha Crocs make? You know, a giant crocodile. There's a lot of like magical aspects to this world that doesn't quite have lore to back it up. Alright, we got 3 Alpha Crocs now. 2 in this cage and 1 over here. And one thing we found out about this is they damage other creatures. So bringing them over here is going to be a really... We're going to have to think about it. And do something specific when we do it. Otherwise we risk killing all of our creatures in the... Like, putting them down this aisle would be terrible. You would probably kill most of these dudes. So... Whenever we move these guys over, we're going to have to move them like around town instead of going directly through town. Which is good to know. A turkey. We still have a few updates before we know what James is going to do for 1.0. There's only one developer for the game, so he might make it a more long-term project. He might, you know, we'll see. Really have no idea how many months or years we got left in the game. This could be one of those things that, you know, something happens with his work, and next thing you know, this game just gets delayed for a year or 2. I think they'll get stuck if I keep pushing them into this corner. What is up with this? Are you down a... Yeah, you're down a block, that's why. Yeah, you bums. Hey, Crummy. You're gonna head to sleep sometime soon? Makes sense. It is getting late in your area. Thanks for hanging out, man. I appreciate it. Especially considering I don't think you own the game. I've ever played the game before. It's pretty cool that you even hung out at all. There we go. Hi, Crummy. Hey, buddy. Need some pets? Look, I'm gonna pick you up, and I'm gonna hug you, and I'm gonna pet you, I'm gonna give you kisses. Mwah. I learned so much about America today. I'm glad I could, explain some of the stuff. Hopefully I wasn't, too inaccurate about it. America's a very diverse spot. All types of things happen here, and it can't be, you know, summarized too easily. Like most countries. I also learned a whole lot more about Poland. I haven't had much experience with anybody that's from Poland. Just a little bit that the Minecraft Discord that I'm a part talks about. Alright, this guy... I don't think I'm going to be able to get a fifth one up here. Hey, Crumb Crumb. Hey, Crumb Crumb, get dinner.
It is 3:30. He did not get dinner.
Okay. I have no idea what time it is, so that makes sense that he didn't get dinner yet. Alright, and let's just verify. There are 1, 2... 3, 4, 5 nests over here, and not a single one of these guys respawned. So, that is an issue. If you ever kill the wary moo in your zoo, you are going to have to replace them. Do you have a Discord? Yep. It's not a Discord that is fancy or anything. Like, we don't have parties or there's not like a lot of activity or anything, but it's there if we want to share pictures or say something to each other offline. If we ever do like a multiplayer thing, we have a voice chat so we can talk to each other, that type of stuff. the regular moo watch the new wary moo like, ooh, new friends. And immediately became more lively in there. It's good. The bodyguards are here. Yeah. Oof. Well, at least now that area is finished being prettyified, so... Yep, I thought so. Because I ran away from this guy, he got his full health back. Yeah, and these guys will definitely be bodyguards too, little jerks. You jump in that pen, they will beat you up. See how many eggs we can fit on here. Oh, one less egg. I double clicked too quickly and it just got tossed. There we go. I feel like there's marble I need to place on this, but I forgot where. It's been so long since I worked on the aquarium. Yeah, you guys are probably all full health now that I ran away. And went and got these other guys. Yeah, you're full health again, little punks. Oh no, if you don't have Discord channels, how are you going to tell people that they can send memes only in the meme channel? Well, that's sort of the aspect of my Discord is that we don't really send memes to each other. I mean, we could, but I think we're all too busy to be doing that type of stuff. Which I will probably get busier and busier in the next couple of weeks as well. Which is sort of a bummer, but it's aspect of an adulthood. The Minecraft Discord that I'm in has a meme channel that everybody like sends memes to. Alright. I wonder if these guys are going to stand randomly about, or if they're going to hang out at the nests. Because they're not really... I don't understand kids who want to grow up. I don't think anybody wants to grow up. I think people just want to be understood more. Adulthood is terrible. I mean, positive and negatives to all of existence. Alright, do we need any more animals? I could grab a couple more brillies for that mountain over there. Not really in the mood to get any more jackaroo. They're a pain in the butt to get. Ow. You get pretty high up on the mountain, crocodile. Yeah, I don't know if I would say adulthood is terrible. There's a lot of aspects of being a kid that sucked. having no control over things, being, you know, not able to buy anything. There's a lot of features of adulthood that I thought, how did you get all the way out here, Melvin? You are crazy, dude. Melvin, you almost got bit. You're fearless, my dude. Fearless. Just looking at a crocodile. You're not afraid of him? Ow. Alright. Turns out Melvin is crazy. I'm not quite sure what I should work on. Maybe we just start filling in this mountain again. It's mostly completed the zoo. Can't really think of anything else to add to it. I'm sure there's like lights or furniture maybe I should add, but oh yeah, we were gonna do the grass. Now I remember. There's parts of the grass that I need to fill in that I forgot. And we can get rid of this. Like my friend once said, what? Effing tree, leave those chestnuts. What? For some reason, I just imagine someone yelling at a tree and being like, I need your seeds. I want to grow my own tree. Oh, man. Be right back. Alright. TTFN half beat. Good luck with whatever you're doing. I think all the grass on this side is good. I think it was back here that it was still questionable. What you complaining about, doggo? What's wrong with doggo? You sad, doggo? Why you sad, doggo? Oh, he's underneath my legs. He was transpassing with a friend called Tree that stole some chestnuts. Ah, okay. That makes a little bit more sense than whatever else I was thinking. Still funny phrase. It's like if I yelled at this tree, like, give me your freaking nuts, man. I think the tree has any bearing on whether saplings fall from it. Whoa. Hi, bros. See, you guys are just as angry as ever. There's still a bunch that I need to do over on this side. I haven't really decided if this mountain is even going to be kept. Doggo, why are you upset though? What's wrong with Doggo? Do you have any idea what's wrong? No. Whales wags her tail. She's like, thank you for talking to me. Yeah. Doggo's got no ideas. Pits and bulls, not known for their intelligence. Oops. Yep, I guess we're putting fur grass here. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, maybe she's upset because the wife went downstairs to do laundry or something. I could see that being a problem for pits and bulls. Sad pits and bulls. Yeah. The wife is doing stuff, and you're not involved. Oh no. That's against the rules, says the pits and bulls. Doesn't she know I'm the most important thing in this whole house? I'm sorry, pits and bulls. Yeah, there's some furniture I need to put around this area, some lights. So you still got some work to do, but most of it's like the finishing touches, the cheese on top of the spaghetti. And that type of stuff. I'm thinking, what should I tell you about? But I realized my life is boring. Hey man, it's fine to have a boring life. We all have one in some way. One of those things where if your life is too exciting, sometimes it gets a little dangerous. But you still got a bunch ahead of you, so Got tons of mistakes you can make in your life and make fun, adventurous stories. Hopefully, you can survive it all. Especially if you're still not even in your 20s. Whew, your 20s are time and a half. Some of the best and stupid stuff I've ever done in my life was in my 20s. Yeah, I think we're basically good on planting stuff for now. I'm gonna come back here in the future. And we'll have to terrain a little bit and do some stuff, but I think we got a good start. Where did I leave my helicopter? Over yonder. Right now I'm stressing about absolutely anything. Yeah, you'll learn how to be less stressed over time. We have a saying, goose fraba, which means like basically just let it go. What was the other one? Akuna matata. It means no worries for the rest of your days. Both are from a movie, if you get the reference. That's pretty common when you're young. Stressed out about little things. When you get older, you'll find some real things to stress out about. Whoa. That was some low FPS for a bit there. Nice little slideshow. Your game. Don't do that. Like for a bit there, I was probably like a month away from really stressing about money. That's no fun. How am I going to pay my bills? How am I going to feed myself? Can be some very stressful things to try to figure out. Miss the good old days where just had to worry about, your English test or what pizza was for dinner. Simpler times. But I also get it now, plan things. Like I'm gonna go see a solar eclipse. I'm real excited about that. What will your new job be? My new job is going to be a plant operator at a local water supply company. So at times I will be making sure that a portion of the state that I live in has water. Pretty responsible job. If I mess up, other companies might stop being able to do what the company does. Because they don't have water for whatever thing that they're doing with water. Or you won't be able to shower because there's no water supply. I don't think it'll be, you know, a direct thing that I do that causes that problem, but I will definitely be one of the people that lets somebody else know that, hey, some stuff went bad and we need to figure it out. I'm also stressed about our geopolitical situation. Yeah, I think most people do. You're not alone there. The thing is that a lot of the time, even if you're super informed and you super know about a lot of stuff, what can you really do? You're gonna go to your neighbors and start annoying them about stuff? You're gonna write an email? What's that really gonna do? Real Sigma doesn't shower? Yeah, that's not true. Never quite understood that whole alpha, beta, gamma, sigma stuff that people go on about. It's all Greek alphabet to me. Where is it even Greek? I don't know. Feel like that's all just people memeing about stuff. But you never know. Some people take some of the craziest stuff far too seriously. Gotta go. Thanks. You're welcome, Nancy. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate you being here. And thanks for giving us some feedback on things when I was asking questions. I appreciate your knowledge. Hope you have a good one. Happy time zone and all. Yeah, we're about to be ending stream in whatever 20 minutes or so whenever this day ends. I need to get some a meal into me. And we're about 8 hours into a stream. So I hit my goal of a nice long stream. I had a good time talking to people. We had all types of conversations today, from super serious to funny jokes about stuff. And we got really good progress done. The zoo is basically complete. Just some final touches, some benches, maybe some picnic tables, or maybe some lights. Just like life. Life is like a box of chocolates. Sometimes all you get is coconuts, and sometimes it's the cherry filling ones. It's one of those sayings from Forrest Gump that I didn't like quite understand when I was younger. And I actually referenced it more recently just because of like how much more I understand it now. Oh, doggo. She just snuggled my feet. Life is like a box of chocolates. Sometimes looking at the entire thing is too much to handle. Like, which one do I eat? Which one do I not eat? Do I save this for another day? Should I give this to somebody? And other times you're just focusing in on one tiny little aspect. I want the coconut flavor. Do I want strawberry? How about the caramel one? And other times you open it up and all that's left is coconut, or all that's left is mint, whatever flavor you don't like. Man, this project is taking me so long. I think we've worked on this for over a month. And I'm not even gonna get like a full level done today. The nice thing is that as I go up each level, it will get easier and quicker. Because each layer is a little bit smaller than the last. We're doing what? These are all each 100 durability. So about 700 dirt prints each time we work on this. Sometimes it's a grind, but I think the end result will be nice. I'll probably have a blast going up and down it. We'll probably invite some other people from chat inside to do the stream so that they can bring their motorcycle or whatever and try out the mountain pass. I wonder if we'll even finish it before the next update. Or if this is just one of those projects that we like just continuously work on for months. Good luck with the eclipse. Yeah, dude, I'm excited for that. A total solar eclipse is known to be a pretty magical experience. It looks like a sunset or a sunrise in a 360-degree like horizon. I'm really hoping my new job doesn't like make it a problem, because I've been planning it for like a few months now and I really want to go. It's like one of those bucket list things where like it only happens so often. Like sure, it might happen every couple of years, but it doesn't happen every couple of years near me. So we'll have a couple-hour drive to where we're going to be going. Crazy too, because it's only going to be like a bunch of like time, all this like driving for maybe like 3 minutes a time, like 3 minutes of total solar eclipse. Such a small window for such a magical event. Alrighty, time to charge this stuff. Boop. Alrighty. It's 9 o'clock on a Tuesday. Let's see, it's fall. So we have blobfish at night and mighty mouth and maybe trevally. So let's go grab some fishing stuff and see if we can go catch some fish. Fish book. You can go take a shower? Alright, man. Go get clean. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you have a good one. I'll probably be done streaming by the time you get out. You know what? Is there any specific biome that I need to be in for blobfish or anything? Didn't say so. Just go north, maybe. Hey, let me up. Stingray, trevally. I need you, trevally. Get in my pocket, trevally. Nice. Yellow tuna. So we need blobfish and mighty mouth. Let's go around for a little bit and see if there's any around here. This might be like a Southern Ocean thing or something along those lines. Could also just be super rare. Bluefish. If I had to guess, it's probably like a river fish though. Mighty mouth doesn't necessarily sound like a a river fish or a ocean fish. I could look in my yeah, let's just take a look. That's a winter fish. Spring fish. Winter and spring. Ah. We found Saratoga. Southern Oceans. Alright, so I do need to go to Southern Oceans. Where's the Mighty Mouth? This guy? Mangroves. Alright. Ah. Boofhead catfish. You and your funny name, fish. No Mighty Mouths. Mighty Mouth, there you are. Get in my pocket. Stop fighting. Bum ba da bum. Let's go. Alright, we just need one more, and that is in the Southern Oceans. Hey, turkeys. Hi, gators. Cool AF, thank you. I'm not sure what exactly is cool AF, but I'm going to assume something you saw. Alright, Southern Oceans. Ninja, the croc ignored you. Well, the one underneath the bridge was a little easier to be ignored. Any animal underneath the bridge is pretty much SOL. They're stuck underneath that bridge and they don't really have anything that they can do. Alright. Blobfish, where are you? We are in the Southern Oceans. See bluefish. See anchovy. Where you at, blobbies? I imagine they're farther away. A sea of anchovies. Definitely in the Southern Ocean. Blobfish must be like super rare. I sometimes expect to see a nice turtle. Yui, what are you doing? Why'd you squeak? He was like, I was being a dumb dog. I scratched something and hurt myself. Yeah. Maybe you don't scratch yourself, dum-dum. Your nails are sharp. It's like when my cat scratches himself and I see like a big old scratch mark. I'm like, what'd you do, dum-dum? You know your nails are sharp. Don't go scratching yourself. I'm not mixing this up, right? Fish, blobfish, nighttime, southern oceans, fall and winter. So he should be somewhere out here. My blobby boy, get over here. Anchovies and bluefish. Aha! I sees you. I hope that's the blobfish. Yes! Let's go! We did it, chat. We got 3 fish we needed to catch. Do a quick look around to see if there's any other blobs. Thank you, thank you. Let's see. Make our way back to our telly tower. Just do some quick blobby looks. I do want to have extra blobs because there's a fun aspect of them that you can do. So we'll have to catch more in the future, but we've already been streaming for 8 hours and 15 minutes or so. So I am not committed to more. Let's go put this guy's back. Not back. It came from the ocean. But put them in our aquarium. knock out a couple more of these guys, and I think we will be done. The aquarium will be finished. Looks like that side's all full with two big fish, two sized fish. Whoa. Nope, want you there. I think... Are you a 2 size? You are a 2 size. When tired, do characters' eyes get half closed? Yeah. I thought so, but wasn't sure. Neato. Yeah, and if you, like say you can see the little sweat coming out of me. I use some of my stamina. If you get really low on stamina, everything turns gray. And then you start, like, walking weird. He's all sad. He's like, oh, life is hard. Alrighty, let's put... Wait, did I have another blobfish? I did have a blobfish. That means... I can show off the fanciness with this blobfish. If I remember correctly... Yeah, he doesn't go there, but... That's a little mean, but I just cooked that guy. I think... Yep. That was the reason why we wanted the blobfish, so we can have an extra helmet. Now we just need to get extra blobs so that we can have extra blobbies. And they can fill in any of these spots that we don't have filled in. Look, I'm a part of the display. Alrighty, that's gonna be it for today, guys. Let's run back to our spawn and go to sleep and end stream. My throat is getting a little rough too from talking for 8 hours. Imagine if you could sit in the ground with the other fish bowls. We might try to do that next time. Just for the screenshot of it all. Well, I want to thank everybody for being here and hanging out. Shout out to the VOD watchers that will watch this in the future. If you're on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe. Maybe comment below if you didn't like it and give it a thumbs down. Help me improve my content. If you're on Twitch, don't forget to follow and catch the next stream. In theory, we'll be here tomorrow. Maybe not an 8-hour stream, but we'll see how it goes. And I just want to thank everybody for hanging out. I really appreciate you guys spending your time here when there's so much out there that you could be spending your time with. Hope you have a good time zone, whatever it may be, daytime or nighttime. Hope you have a good one. TTFN.